The Bombers were left shell-shocked by the Sandvipers last week, losing 2 of 3 games as their pitching staff struggled in windy conditions, giving up 34 runs on the night. They did manage to salvage a win in the final game of the series and hope to ride that wave of momentum into tonight's rematch. The 23-19 Sandvipers are on the rise, having won 5 of their last 6. They're currently tied for 3rd place, with the last few playoff spots still very much up for grabs. A sweep tonight would put a lot of pressure on the rest of the field as we move into the home stretch. Rematch week continues tonight. It's the Bombers and the Sandvipers, Part 2, next. Good evening and welcome to Hideaway Field in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. You're watching Premier League WIFFLE. Tonight's 3-game series set to get underway just minutes from now. The Bombers are the away team wearing blue and white. The Sandvipers, the home team, wearing black and green. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday evening. I'm Greg Kelly, along with Chad Phillips, offering expert commentary. Welcome to the booth, Chad. The Bombers and Sandvipers getting ready to play 3 games in a row tonight. This is also our remote correspondent James Stein's Game of the Week. We're going to send it off to James.
Thank you. My game of the week is Bombers Sandvipers. This is perhaps the biggest series of the entire season. Since the return of Adam Tanek from Lord knows where, the Sandvipers have recovered and find themselves in 3rd place in the standings. That said, despite the absolutely near-perfect pitching of Tom Gannon, the Sandvipers find themselves wondering who's going to clean up the messes after he's reached his innings limit. On the other hand, the Bombers once featured the deadliest 3-point punch combo of the Fernandez brothers, but since their pitching has faltered, their hitting has come with it, and the Bombers are spiraling. They once found themselves on the verge of 3rd place, and now could be in 8th place after this week's games. At the end of the day, this is going to come down to pitching. Who can clean up after Gannon, and can the Fernandez brothers find it? Whichever one of these teams can locate that first will win, if not dominate this series. I've got it going 2-1 Sandvipers, and the Bombers are in a lot of trouble. Back to you.
James, thank you very much, Chad. The Bombers have at times this season had some attendance issues. It certainly had an impact on their place in the standings. They're also currently in the middle of the toughest part of their schedule. They've got 5 series in a row versus teams in the top 3 part of the PLW standings. What do they need to do to hunker down tonight and get a series win?
Well, it looks like Justin Grenier is going to be a no-show this season. Greg, he needs 9 games to qualify for playoffs, and without being here tonight, they only have 9 games left. So the Bombers' depth will come into play tonight here. Without Grenier, they're forced to go to guys like Shirley and Lonell Simmons. Big Al becomes a much more important part of that lineup down at the bottom, trying to roll it over. And we'll see if they're able to handle Tom tonight in this incredible pitch display he has been putting on the last month.
The brothers Fernandez make up the core of this pitching rotation. Alex, a known quantity. Last season, we saw the rise of Mateo on the mound, but here in Season 4, it's been Max Fernandez who has really been on the up and up. He's sporting a 3.72 ERA, 93 innings pitched. He's really become the workhorse for this Bomber squad.
He's been very strong this season. He's been struggling the last couple of weeks a little bit, a couple of pretty windy conditions that he was unable to get through. Max works at a batting cage, and he's been able to really work hard in the offseason, and he's taken over for Mateo this season on the mound as their horse. He's got 94 1/3, I think I saw, pitched and up with the league leaders, and he's not throwing game 1 tonight, though, so we'll see. They're going to save him for a game that Tom's not throwing, maybe almost giving up game 1 a little bit and saying, you know what, go ahead, Tom. We're going to take games 2 and 3 tonight.
Let's go ahead and look at that Bombers starting lineup. It is Alex Fernandez batting first, followed by Mateo Fernandez batting second. Max Fernandez, the shortstop, in the 3-hole. Trevor Bauer, the second baseman, in the cleanup spot. Hollis Hale will bat 5th. And Al Fernandez, father of the Fernandez brothers, will round out the 6-man lineup. Substitutes include Jake Shirley, Lonell Simmons, and Johnny Yepez.
Johnny Yepez has clearly been the best player on the free agent market for the last 2 months, I want to say. I'm very surprised it took this long for somebody to pick him up, but the Bombers' problem is depth. They really do not have a strong bench and never have. They go with their front 6 guys, able to get it done most of the time, but now with Johnny on the bench, we'll see how they wield him tonight, and we are ready to get underway, Greg.
Let's get the WIFFLE points in if you have not done so already.
What do we got for a line here? Drop that line down for us so we can take a look here.
First pitch to Alex Fernandez is a ball, 1-1.
I'm guessing the Sandvipers are 1.5, but I can't see that right now.
Pitch is high for ball number 2. Jesse, down below, show him how to open up the points, please. We really need to see the prediction up here in the upper booth. Thank you. Hit into left field right at Adam Tanek. Sporting that ball cap look, Chad.
Real easy play for Adam. Get his feet wet out here tonight in the outfield. He hasn't played a lot of field this season, so it must feel good to catch a nice easy one to start this one off.
Don't hit the predict button. Thank you.
There it is.
There you go.
1.5 is right. Money coming in on the Vipers at 1.5. It looks like about a minus 155 line right now.
Mateo Fernandez steps into the box. Mateo batting .352 coming into this series. Finger ball misses away. Ball 2.
Mateo was on fire last week. Reigning player of the week here. 7 home runs. He had a 3,200 OPS last week.
Wow. Change up. Gets Mateo out in front of it. Evens the count 2-2.
Yeah, that 3,200 OPS he had, too. I believe he made an out in each of his last 2 plate appearances. So that was even looking stronger during the evening.
Mateo's going to put that towards shortstop. Mark Tavano's going to pick up the garbage, and it looks like it's going to hit the turf. Mateo's going to be safe at first. Hicks batted it down. Tavano picked it up, but couldn't get it there.
It's amazing how many times when that fielder is rushed or feels a little rushed, they spike the throw, especially when they're as deep as Mark was there, actually with a foot in the outfield when he started that throw. Here's Max.
Finger change to Max, misses high, ball 1.
Hi, Jake. Nice to have you on the stream all week long. You've been watching a lot lately, buddy.
Max Fernandez is going to try to go the other way. Gannon bats it down, goes to Hicks at second. Hicks delivers it wide, and it was going to be late anyway, so.
Yeah, remember, for that double play, you got to hit that middle panel. For a normal play, all 3 panels are open for the out, but when you are turning 2, that second out home has to hit the middle panel inside those bars, and he just missed about 6 inches wide there. So Bombers have a little life here with Bauer up.
Mateo Fernandez will be forced out at second. Max Fernandez will reach first on a fielder's choice. Brings up Trevor Bauer with 2 away. First pitch is high and away. Pitch inside on the hands of Bauer, turns on it, fouls it off.
Anytime you see Trevor get the ball off the end of the bat, look out. It is going to be spinning like crazy if it's coming to you in the field.
Swing and a miss. Bauer will strike out for out number 3 and remains scoreless as we move to the bottom of the first.
Awfully quick 54 there, Greg. That pitch had some zip on it. Look for Tom in this type of weather conditions to be extremely effective here. This could be a low-scoring game to start it off. Is it Alex going? It is Alex Fernandez going game 1. He's probably been their ace this season, honestly. Max is clearly eating the innings up, but when the game's on the line, Alex likes to have the ball. I don't blame him. He's a veteran, his 5th season, counting season 0 out here. Probably one of the top 2 or 3 innings guys in the history of PLW.
Yeah, Alex edging out his brother Max in the ERA category coming into this series with a 3.55 ERA. 76 innings pitched. His record is 6-6.
It's been a 1A, 1B duo for these 2 this season. Mateo stepped back just a little bit. Mateo's played some fantastic left field, though, so they kind of like having him out there and letting these 2 take care of the business. Although I got Alex as a Gold Glover right now, and Alex can play shortstop, he can play left, and he plays them at a very high level. His defense on the mound is also excellent. He's in a very good position to defend after releasing his pitch, and he's extremely quick. Good reflexes, good reaction time.
Let's take a look at that Sandvipers starting lineup as they come up to bat here in the bottom of the first. Justin Hicks will lead off and play shortstop. Adam Tanek, the left fielder, will bat second. Mark Tavano bats third. Kenny McDowell, the cleanup hitter and designated hitter. Tom Gannon, the pitcher, bats fifth. A.J. Petrovsky getting his first start as a Sandviper tonight is the DH and will round out the 6-man batting lineup. Substitutes include Michael Dean, Dustin Flenti, featured in that graphic, Jordan Keegan, and Scotty Burley.
Yeah, Donnie Roach was a late scratch today. He was in that starting lineup initially when it came out this morning, and as Mr. Tanek had to make a little edit at about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it looks like they were going to be without Roach tonight. Roach, our second Major League player, Greg, as some of the viewers know out there. He played with the Padres and the Cubs and the Brewers maybe for a season or 2 out of the bullpen each. He can throw 100 with pretty much ease from the mound.
Justin Hicks will lead off for the Vipers. He'll swing at the first pitch outside and miss. Drops down 0-2. Looks like Justin Hicks had a little bit of a nosebleed before his first at-bat tonight.
Kind of happened in these dry temperatures as we've hit 100-plus degrees. We went from 60 last week to 100 this week.
54 and in there. Justin Hicks will strike out looking for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Adam Tanek. Tanek, a mainstay at the top of this lineup, has moved down into the second spot. They go by OPS in the Sandvipers dugout. Justin Hicks, second in the league in OPS. Second in the league in batting average. Second in the league in RBIs as well. Tanek will swing at a 12-6 and foul it down into the turf. He'll fall behind 0-2.
Tanek's swing looks a lot more controlled than it did a few weeks ago. He's really locked in here.
Alex will step off the mound, come back across. Tanek will swing and foul it back. Alex will drop down sidearm, throw it down into the turf for ball one. "12-6 outside, evens the count.
He does, Chief Keefe. Hicks has had a monster season at the plate.
Swing and a miss at an outside pitch. And Tanek will strike out for the second out of the inning.
I'm not sure Tanek and Hicks have gone down back-to-back Ks to start a game this season. I don't recall that happening before. Alex seems to have some pretty good stuff to start here.
Bring in Mark Tavano, batting .293 coming into the series. Look at ball one low.
Got that backwards Vipers hat on. Like it.
12-6 shot through the 5-6 hole. Tavano's aboard with a base hit.
Yeah, that Rookie of the Year race is basically down to Morris, Tavano, and Eder, I think, at this point. Mark's got some work to do to get up there because he doesn't really pitch, so he's got to really separate offensively to be a clear winner there.
Should be hard-pressed to see anybody in the next 3 weeks surpass Eder. Kenny McDowell is going to shoot that over to shortstop. Max Fernandez is going to pop it up. Hale's going to pick it up out of the air and just toss it over to Trevor Bauer for the force out at second base. For the third and final out of the inning, will remain scoreless as we move to the top of the second.
And the top of the second inning is brought to you by Leilani Acuna. She's the official realtor of PLW. Whether you are buying or selling a home, you now have a realtor trusted by PLW players and family alike. You can connect with Leilani on Instagram, as you see that Instagram tag up there. She's done a great job this season for us.
Tom Gannon will return to the mound. Hollis Hale will lead off for the Bombers as we look at some fans atop the container in left field, enjoying a warm day in Las Vegas. Hale will watch that one in there, double nickels.
Tough pitch. It's not a pitch you're looking to swing at as a batter when you get in the box. That's a freebie for Tom, and now he's got all of his weapons available to him, which is about 10.
He'll go with a sharp 12-6 dropper. Hollis Hale recognizes and fouls it back.
Yeah, that was all over the zone, Greg. Wiffle point's still open. Money pouring in on the Vipers.
Hale's going to shoot that one directly at left fielder Adam Tanek for the first out of the inning. I'll bring up Elaine Fernandez, Big Al.
A good piece by Hollis, just didn't quite launch it high enough to get it out of here. Tanek in the right spot. Once again, quick out.
Now we'll look at the first pitch low for ball one.
Very important for Big Al to not chase. He's got to be patient.
Finger change from Tom Gannon.
Yeah, that pitch just kind of, at about 30 out of the 40 feet toward the plate, it just kind of slows down and everybody's out in front of it. Haven't seen anybody really adjust very well all season.
Gannon has victimized many a batter with that pitch, and he does so again as Fernandez strikes out.
Yeah, you don't see that finger change at 57 very often, but there it is. Tom knows exactly what he's doing.
With 2 outs, that'll bring in Alex Fernandez. Gannon will survey his defense before delivering the pitch. It is a finger change high for ball one. Fernandez gets right underneath that one and fouls it back.
He waited back on it nicely, though. He was on that pitch. He was right on it. He just didn't quite square it. Alex has been kind of hot the past few weeks, Greg. He's looked really good at the plate, like a new man.
12-6 over to Tavano. He's going to take a few steps laterally and deliver it to the backstop in under 5 seconds. Good piece of fielding by Tavano there.
Great piece of fielding, and you are allowed lateral steps as many as you'd like. You're only allowed 3 forward steps to make that throw home. If you take more than that, you could be called for too many steps, but Tavano does a great job of getting his balance, moving to his side, and then taking his little crow hop forward, making a great throw, and they're out of the second inning.
We'll move to the bottom of the second. Game remains scoreless. Alex Fernandez will return to the hill for the Bombers. Alex's numbers coming in to this series, a 3.55 ERA, 6-6 win-loss record. 76 innings pitched. He's given up 86 hits, 61 runs. Only 45 of those have been earned. Chad, 20 walks, 88 strikeouts.
Pretty solid. Vipers have 5 guys in double-digit home runs. I'm guessing no other team has 5 guys in the double digits. They got Hicks with 20, and then they got Tanek with 15, Gannon with 10, and then Tavano with 19, and Kenny McDowell also has 10. So this lineup is deep, and it's tough. You can't let too many guys back on base for when Justin's coming back up at the top of the lineup. You got to keep the damage to a minimum, especially with the way Tom looks on the mound. This is going to be really tough for the Bombers to get too much across this game.
Tom Gannon has slid down into the 5-hole, batting .280 coming into this series. He'll lead off here in the bottom of the second.
Guys, Bombers getting a run and a half and some pretty good odds. Those wiffle points still open. You can still sneak a little plus 170 value play on Bombers plus 1.5 here.
56 miles per hour inside pipe is ball number 1. There's a new 56 emote available in the Twitch chat if you want to give it a shot. Down into the turf for ball 1. Excuse me, ball 2. (12-6) popped up by Gannon. Left fielder Mateo Fernandez looked like he was well underneath it, Chad. That ball just hung up in the air. A little bit of a Tier 2 wind pushed it out of hideaway field, and it's a solo shot for Gannon.
Off the end of his bat, he had that thing spinning side to side a ton, and it just had no weight coming down. It just hung in the air. It looked like Mateo had an easy beat on it as Gannon flips that ball up to GK. Where's the old ball? Why is that ball so old, Greg?
I don't know. I'll put it in my bag. It'll turn into a BP ball in GK's backyard.
Nice.
A.J. Petrovsky making his Sandvipers debut. He'll step in with no outs. He'll swing and miss at an inside pitch.
A.J. been a night owl for the last 3 seasons and was traded a couple weeks ago. Is making his debut here.
Swing and foul down into the turf. Stays 0-2.
A.J. single-handedly saved the Night Owls from relegation with a 3-run home run when they were down 2-0 late in that game as he swings through a high fastball there, maybe a high slider, and he's down on strikes. But without A.J., we might not have Night Owls in the league right now, and that's not that's a scary thought.
A.J. not afraid to go after those high pitches. Goes after that one and strikes out. That'll bring up Justin Hicks. He'll swing an inside pitch and miss.
Good pitch by Alex. That ball was running right at his shoulder last second. Takes a little left. 1 mile per hour over, but it found the inside bar.
And as we were a little bit surprised by that home run by Tom Gannon, we do feel the wind coming into Hideaway Field.
Very light air tonight as well.
That one will miss low. It'll hit the foam around the bottom part of the strike zone. 2-2. 12-6 shot into left field. Wow! A line drive home run by Justin Hicks. That was on a rope, went right over the gate by Cheers Beauty.
That might be the lowest home run we've ever seen go out of Hideaway Field. It was 1 inch over the fence, and that was the highest point that ball was ever at. It kind of rose up. You know, it's probably about 105 feet where he hit that. At about the 95-foot mark, it rose up just a couple of inches, so it had enough to get over. Hicks, extremely impressive.
And Chad, just as you were talking about the thin air, Justin Hicks laser beams a wiffle ball right through it. As it gets hotter in Las Vegas, the air pressure gets higher. The air gets a little bit thinner. The wiffle balls fly through it.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere in February or March. That ball has zero chance to get out of here. But right now, everything's kind of taken off.
This ball might come fair. Hollisale's going to cut it off before it has a chance to do so. And smart play. He doesn't want that 5 seconds to elapse and then have it roll fair. Spinner ball. Alex Fernandez will pick it up and fire it into the backstop for the second out, just off the front of the bat of Tanek. The dreaded dribbler, Chad.
The dreaded dribbler, and just 2 outs. Looks like they're coming. They've had 3 outfielders there for Tanek, and they're running one of their outfielders back in, going back to the traditional 3 infielder look. They got that 5-6 hole really squeezed up. Hollis and Max almost on top of each other on the left side over there.
Tavano shot one right through that 5-6 hole where Max Fernandez now currently stands in his last at-bat. He's going to get in front of that one. Foul ball.
I know what Andrew Leday would do if Max moved over a few steps toward third base. He'd just hit it right back up the middle where he used to be. He seems to do that regularly every night.
Tavano's got his eyes right on that Tarantino sign in center field.
Seems like a pretty open area.
Watch ball number 2 down into the turf. (12-6) inside. Excuse me, that's ball 2. 2-2. Inside, fouled down the third baseline. Jonathan Wilson umpiring on the third base side tonight, making the call. (12-6) swing and a miss by Tavano. Be the third and final out of the inning.
Damage done, though, Greg. 2 solo bombs, one by Gannon, one by Hicks. I saw somebody in the chat say that's the hardest ball I've seen hit all year by Hicks, and, you know, it's definitely in the mix. That thing was smashed.
Yep, little bit of backspin on it. A line drive homer over the gate in left field right at the 103 marker.
Tom Gannon not going to take any warm-up pitches. He's just ready to go here for the top of the third with his fresh 2-0 lead.
Good thing we don't have any sponsorships for the top of the third as Tom Gannon elects to take 0 warm-up pitches. Warm enough out here at Hideaway Field, he says. Mateo Fernandez will lead off for the Bombers. Wind's reversed a little bit. See the airplanes coming into McCarran. Excuse me, it's not McCarran Airport anymore.
It's not?
I think they renamed it Harry Reid Airport here in Las Vegas. By the way, airplanes coming in the opposite direction as the winds have changed. Finger change down into the turf. 2-1. Slider in there. Mateo swings and misses. 2-2.
That pitch is halfway in that left-hander's batter's box, and it somehow, I mean, he took a good cut at that. It just went around his bat. I'm just unable to connect.
Slider up, deep.
That's gone.
And Dustin Flenti making the catch at pink box. It looked like it might have gone through his hands, but he does come up with it.
Wow, what a play out there by Dustin. He didn't look that confident. I kind of thought it was just going to do what the last one did and just kind of carry out of here, but it was definitely gone. He doesn't catch that. It's certainly a home run. Good thing he's playing deep.
Yeah, not an easy play, dealing with not only that wind blowing the ball out, but also the sun still shining right on that pink box sign.
Now, the sun's a lot worse for second baseman than it is for right fielders in this league, as it peaks right over that wall and just destroys the second baseman. The right fielder has got it a little easier.
Max will swing and miss.
That tink?
At an outside pitch. It did.
That was going to be a strike, and that wasn't hittable, so Gannon on point right now.
I'll bring up Trevor Bauer with 2 away. Whoa, there goes the brand new bat. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to swing that one again. That went up into a tree, and it stayed up in the tree. Bauer just made that bat. He was hitting it well in batting practice as his teammates hopefully don't lose another bat trying to get it out of the tree. Oh, here it comes. They have retrieved it.
I'm going to call that a strike, Greg.
He did indeed swing. Went all the way around on that one. Dropper. Low. 1-2 to Bauer. He's retrieved a new bat. Inside, evens the count 2-2.
There's no squirrels in Vegas.
Right side, Flentai. He was going to have to reverse his field, but that probably gone anyway. Another line drive home run, and it's 2-1. As the Bombers pull out their explosive ordnance.
I want to say Bauer doesn't have too many home runs this month at all. He's been pretty cold at the plate. Sometimes, though, once he gets one, look out. He just keeps them coming. He's kind of that really hot or really cold kind of hitter. And look for the Dragon Lady to get a little feisty in the chat here now, Greg.
And he hit a home run with the replacement bat, Chad. Maybe he's going to stick with that one.
I would. Why is he replacing the bat anyways?
Because he threw it into the tree.
No, why is he replacing it initially if he's going to hit home runs with that bat?
Oh. He hadn't hit it yet.
Oh, good pitch by Tom. That had some bite on it. Wow, that's so tough to hit. It's over Hollis' head, and then it bites down and away from him at the last second.
Tom certainly trying to victimize Hale with that pitch. Hollis does stand a little more forward in the box than a lot of other batters, but Hollis has seen a lot of Tom. There it is again, and he gets him, and it did tink top bar, Chad, right after we talked about it. Tom Gannon goes with a sharp 12-6 and strikes out Hale.
What's going on, everyone? How's everybody tonight? We got Trevor Bauer, just hit a solo home run that inning, cut the lead in half. I got Chad Phillips, and I got Greg Kelly here tonight in the booth. Having a great time here. Great night, probably 92 or 3 degrees right now still.
Yeah, as the sun goes down, it's about 95 here at Hideaway. It's going to remain that temperature for most of the week. Might even heat up a little bit towards the end of the week, Chad.
Oof, I've been waiting for this, and it's good to have it. We've been saying there's going to be more runs. There's going to be more runs all season as, you know, March and April really had a low run count. Hard to swing in PLW without throwing the bat.
Tanek, Chen, Dodos, or Bauer?
I mean, it's probably Tanek on that list, but yeah. I'm gonna put somebody that's not on that list up against him, and it's Bruce Huson, who just swings way too hard all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be the second round of the poll or something. I don't want to, but yeah, I think Tanek. Bauer's got a really smooth swing. He swings hard, but he's smooth. You can really see Tanek lunging at balls sometimes.
I think Tanek's swing definitely looks the biggest because he is the biggest person throwing that bat forward.
He's got a long follow through in his swing, too. He really gets that release at the end, so yeah, it does look a little longer when you see Tanek.
Max Fernandez has come in to the game, as we saw an appearance from Kirby Bucket. He'll pitch here in the bottom of the third. Kenny McDowell looks at ball one. Bombers changing the look. Fernandez with a screwball. Hale will pick it up, shuffle towards home, and deliver the first out of the inning. How many shuffles? 2 shuffles.
That was a step in a shuffle. I'm okay with what he did there. That was smooth. He picked up the ball, got moving forward, took a crow hop, fired it in there. Hollis has had a little bit of heat coming down on him this season for taking too many steps. It's been a contention in a couple of the chats this season, and the Bombers have fought tooth and nail for Hollis, but he's cleaned it up a little bit. That was a much cleaner play than we saw a month ago.
Tom Gannon will swing and miss at that first offering, fall behind 0-2.
Go, Max. Come on, baby.
12-6, way outside. It's almost like a screwball drop there, Chad.
Yeah. Wow, that ball had a ton of spin on it. Didn't quite control it how he wanted to. He's working quickly right now. I don't remember Max working this quickly.
12-6 shot right back where it came from. That'll bounce off the Leilani sign.
Tom's going to slide. He's going to slide. Oh, he didn't this time.
Again, it's safe at second. With a double. With a runner in scoring position and 1 out, we'll bring in A.J. Petrovsky. Struck out his last at-bat. "12-6, fouled off, 0-2. A bit of a riser there inside. Ball 1. Slider, 58 miles per hour for ball 2. Petrovsky recognizing that that ball was over the speed limit. Slider inside will fill the count. Popped up, center field, deep. Lonell Simmons back. He will not catch up with it. A.J. Petrovsky with a 2-run shot will extend the Sandvipers' lead. It's 4-1.
AJ, a definite power hitter. As I mentioned earlier, he saved the Night Owls single-handedly this season for relegation, playing against Dave Cabrera's super team in a must-win game or not be in this league anymore. Down 2-zip in the 5th.
As the Sandvipers give Petrovsky the silent treatment, he's not signing any wiffle balls or throwing them up into the booth. They'll ignore him completely. All right, now they break their silence in the dugout. Petrovsky, a homer in his debut.
3-run lead for the Vipers. A little bit of breathing room halfway through this one. Oh, look at Hicks get away with that one. Miss-hit completely. Still squeezes it up the middle with his incredible hand-eye and just bat-to-ball skills. Number 1 in this league, potentially. And Justin hitting a robust, like, 480. Let me get his average.
Yeah, 439 coming into this series.
On-base percentage, .529, slug, .924. 19 doubles, 20 homers. 21 homers after that first inning one.
And that average will go up. He's got 5 total bases in this game already. Adam Tanek grounded out. A dreaded dribbler his last at-bat. Look at 3 straight balls.
Max has been getting hit a little bit lately. That's definitely true. His ERA was way down there early, and as this weather has warmed up, so has his ERA.
It's a 4-pitch walk to Adam Tanek. First walk registered against Max Fernandez. Be 2 on, 1 away for Mark Tavano.
Big spot in this game here. Bombers can't afford to let this game get any further away from them.
In there at 54 miles per hour.
Tanek destroyed that poll. Got about 95% of the votes. That ball was just a little outside. It's now 1-2. Good pitch by Max. A little hot. A good location, though. Tavano couldn't do anything with that. He's going to move it to 2-2, though.
Shot right back up the middle. Clean double by Mark Tavano will clear the bases. Vipers will tack on 2 more as both Hicks and Tanek will score.
Greg, I'd really like to see Trevor Bauer on the mound really soon in this game. I think it's time to get Bauer out there. He might even be their best pitcher, and they don't even know it. A couple of those knuckleballs he threw last week, just unhittable.
Right back up the middle. Alex Fernandez will pick it up after it caroms off of 2 infielders. Both Max and Trevor Bauer touched that ball.
Pitcher's the only player on the field allowed to use their feet as long as it's an immediate reaction from the mound area. A pitcher may use his feet to play defense. Infielders may not. Outfielders can use their feet if they go into a slide. They cannot stand straight up and stick a foot out, but they can go into a slide and use their lower body to knock the ball down from getting to the wall if that's how they choose to play it. You see Tom Gannon step into the box. He hit a solo home run in his last at-bat. Actually, it might have been 2 at-bats ago.
No, he hit a double his last at-bat. Solo shot in the bottom of the 2nd.
All right.
Look at a ball there, 57 miles per hour into the pan. 53 and in there. 2-2 to Gannon.
It's a good take. Tom being patient. He's kind of been teeter-tottering in the lineup lately. Tanek is very hard on Tom. Expects good things from him.
He'll roll over that one. Alex Fernandez will pick it up over near first base, toss it in under 5 seconds for the third and final out of the inning. But damage done once again. The Sandvipers increase their lead 6-1.
Tanek not going to play around on the pitcher's mound yet, sending Gannon back out there with this 5-run lead. Really wants to make sure they put a staple on this game 1, especially after losing game 3 last week. Tom did mention last night up here in the booth that they've been talking about that loss in their chat all week long, and that's what's sticking with them, not the fact that they won the series 2-1, but the fact that they've lost 1 in a row right now. And Tanek is going to stay aggressive here with the ace and let him throw another inning.
Tom Gannon ready to pitch, once again electing to take no warm-ups. He toes the rubber here in the top of the 4th. Finger change outside pipe, 50 miles per hour.
It's just, batters just aren't going to offer that type of pitch when it's 0-2. If he can hit that spot, he's got a free 0-2 count available to him.
Going to come right back with that changeup. Big Al is going to be early and foul it down the third baseline.
Al mentions this guy's good, and Tom's got so much break on so many different pitches. Understands the hitters and what their weaknesses are, and really looks to attack them at some point in each at-bat.
12-6. Gets Fernandez to swing and miss.
Took a ton off of that one, and Al clearly couldn't wait back. Took a flail at it, and Tom is dealing right now. Just one little mistake up to Bauer, but with a 6-run lead, look for him to continue to attack. Solo home runs aren't going to help the Bombers out too much here, Greg.
Going for that outside pipe again. Misses wide for ball 1.
I think they're playing a little too deep for Alex. He loves to dunk singles out over into right field.
He's going to dunk a single into left field. That one's going to get down into the turf in front of Adam Tanek.
Yeah, Alex not really known as a power hitter. He had one series a couple of weeks ago that he just went off, but he had 0 home runs on the season coming into that series. I think the Vipers really need to move in the outfield for him and take those hits away that he loves to pop in.
Mateo, he's going to go right up the middle. Clean double off the pocket radar sign. Will score his brother Alex.
Quick shout out to the stream team here. Umpiring tonight, we got Kyle Lohman, we got Jonathan Wilson, and we got Logan Christie. Up on Skycam, Sean Marcel. And then down in the dungeon tonight, Jesse Capps and Dennis O'Brien.
Hey, boys.
With a steam dream.
Steam
Debut is the word.
Max Fernandez is going to loft this one high into the Tier 2 wins. And the Wiffle Gods will do the rest. A 2-run shot. And the Bombers cutting into that lead. It is now 6-4.
Max Fernandez, again, another guy like Bauer. He seems to get hot, and you just cannot get him out, as we saw with Mateo last week. Let's see what these Bombers can do. Can they get back into this game? Let's have a little home run check for the Bombers, too. We got... Go ahead, Greg.
Still just 1 out. We'll bring up Trevor Bauer. There's going to be a quick conference amongst the Sandvipers.
24 for Mateo. I think that leads the league. I could be wrong. 20 for Max. That's his 21st. And Bauer hit his 20th earlier in this game. They have 3 guys with 20 home runs, Greg. That is the only team in the league that has that 100%. I'm not even sure if there's 10 guys with 20 home runs right now.
Ryan Chen leads the league with 26 home runs.
Right.
Mateo Fernandez in second place.
Well, he's free-rolling a series here, as Chen already played this week.
Swing and a miss from Bauer. He'll strike out for the second out of the inning. I'll bring up Hollis Hale.
Hollis has 9 home runs on the season. Looking to get the double digits himself here.
And going back to the 12-6 on Hale. Misses high for ball 1. Hale's going to be hunting that pitch.
Max up to 53 RBIs here on the season. Where does that sit, Greg? You got the RBI leader sitting in front of you there, too?
I do. Runs batted in. Ryan Chen leads with 63. Justin Hicks, second place with 55. Hollis Hale's going to launch this sky high, way back, almost into left field. Justin Hicks goes.
I'm not sure Tanek wanted any part of that one, Greg. That was a tough play.
That's the left fielder's ball.
He swung with a launch angle of like 70 degrees there. He swung straight up, and that might be the highest ball we've ever seen.
That is a very, very difficult ball to field. You can see Justin Hicks had to Backpedal all the way back into left field. His left fielder right behind him as he makes the catch. Incredible play by Justin Hicks.
I can't tell you how high that was. That might have gotten 80, 90 feet up in the air. It's hard to guess.
Thanks for joining us tonight. You're watching Premier League Wiffle. Greg Kelly alongside Chad Phillips. Game number 1 of a 3-game series between the Sandvipers and the Bombers. Sandvipers currently up 6-4 as we move into the bottom of the 4th inning. Always play 3 games a night, 5 days a week.
Yeah, it's been a great season so far. We're in week 15 of 18 right now. Season standings really shaping up. If you guys want to see those standings and those stats, they are quite accurate. They are on the website. I'm sure somebody will pop a link in there for you guys to see. Go check out the league. It's really come into form this season, and the numbers look awesome once they're, once people have 150 plate appearances, numbers really start meaning something. Short sample baseball numbers don't mean a lot to me. You can hit the ball hard 20 times in a row, and you can be 1 for 20. And you got to be careful looking at those short numbers. But once you get a couple hundred plate appearances, things add up. As Pedrovsky back in the box here.
1-1 to AJ. Had a 2-run shot in his last at-bat. His first as a Sandviper. Came over in a trade from the Night Owls for cash considerations. Slider will be in there at 53 miles per hour. 2-2.
You got to be careful getting the ball up to AJ. He loves the ball up at his face.
Reach well across the zone and foul that one down in the turf.
Yeah, I think we should get that poll up there, actually. GK in a beard or clean shaven? Let's see what the viewers think. And I think that next week you can have to listen to what the viewers say. Can you grow a beard in a week?
It'll take me about 2 to get it fully filled in. AJ. Inside pipe, 51 miles per hour. AJ Petrovsky strikes out.
He is a little susceptible to that slider on the inside. You can see him kind of just not really seeing it coming back there. And Max finds 2 inside bars on him that at bat, attacking that inside. Look for Tanek to move him off the plate a little bit. Tanek is very quick to make strong adjustments like that. Are we having a pitching change here of some sort?
I think we're having a defensive meeting. Max Fernandez will stay on the hill, but Alex, Hollis, and Trevor will converge at second base to discuss how they want to defend the red-hot Justin Hicks.
5 infielders, I think, Greg.
Looks like they're going to go with their standard 2 on the left, 1 on the right. Max will pitch him inside for ball 1.
I think Lonell should move more over into that left center field gap. Just give Justin right field. He's too good, and you almost want him to try and go the other way. It might get him out of his rhythm a little bit.
Lonell, definitely good wheels out there in right center, as Max will deliver a pitch into the pan, 54. 2-2. I think Lonell is confident in his ability to chase something down into center field. Knuckleball will miss outside and fill the count. Max does have... He does not have a walk against him as Max came into the 3rd inning.
That's right, 3rd inning. Alex threw the first 2 here this game, gave up 4, I want to say, and then Max has come in, gave up 2 in the 3rd. Got a quick out here in the 4th. Making that 2 quick outs here in the 4th as the red-hot Justin Hicks goes down swinging. Here comes Tanek.
Well, it looks like Max Fernandez did walk Adam Tanek in the 3rd inning, so he does have 1 walk against him. He strikes out Hicks there for out number 2.
Wow, that pitch looks fast there. He gets some really good spin on that, finds the outside, 0-2.
A very heavy 55 from Max Fernandez. He'll jump ahead of Tanek. Go back to the well, but misses outside, 1-2.
Full beard running away here a little bit, Greg.
Shot right at Trevor Bauer. He's going to need a hurry.
Once again, you
4.83, but it bounced.
You see the rush again. I swear it's 85% of the time this season when a fielder has had that play and the ball gets a little deeper on them, they short the throw.
Without a doubt.
It's been crazy. Nobody's really made those adjustments.
1 bobble, no.
Yeah,
2 bobbles, much more often. 3 bobbles, very high percentage of the time.
Boy, that clock really starts racing in your head once you bobble it that second time. It becomes a full panic out there.
Tavano is going to pull one off the hands of Hollis Hale. It'll dribble into the outfield. He's aboard with a base hit.
Let's see where Hollis' position to start here is. Can we see it?
He was very close to the line.
He was too shallow, though. He does that. He likes to creep in, and he takes away a little bit of his range, I think, when he does that.
Kenny McDowell's going to loft one up into right center. Lonell Simmons underneath it for the third and final out of the inning. Vipers threatened there, but no damage done. Remains 6-4 as we move into the top of the fifth. Good game so far, Chad.
Good game right there. Big shutdown inning for Max right there. Get the Bombers' bats right back up. They just put a few up, got themselves back in this game. They're feeling confident, and all they need is a couple of runs here to tie this up right now. Tom back out to the hill, I'm guessing, for his fifth inning of work here.
Will indeed be Tom Gannon returning to the pitching mound.
Defense, we got Flinty in right. We got Tanik in left. Michael Dean playing third. Justin Hicks in his normal shortstop position. And Mark Tavano over at second base.
As you take a look at that link written on the field, I want to direct my attention to those of you watching on TikTok. You can see twitch.tv/Premier Wiffle written right on the field. If you haven't done so already, come on over to Twitch. Give us a follow when you get here. You're going to see more than that single angle that you're looking at on a cell phone. Multiple angles, instant replay, radar gun, stopwatch, live commentary. You can bet and redeem Wiffle points. The full production is on Twitch. Let us know when you get here. Big Al Fernandez falls behind 0-2. 12-6, and he's going to shoot it right into left field.
Oh!
Adam Tanik overruns it, and it's going to hit the back wall. That'll send Big Al over to second.
Oh, Adam overrun, yes, but at the same time, that ball took a hop back to his left there. It definitely took a tricky little hop on him. You saw him go into a slide to stop it, and then all of a sudden the ball was behind him. So Tanik, tough play for him. Gets out of the double play situation. Big Al, probably a double. I'm not sure Kyle's going to call that a single and an error. Double, yep.
Inside on the hands of Alex Fernandez.
To call a single and an error there, it has to be a clear miss, just a gaffe by the outfielder. We lean towards...
He's going to loft it into center field. It won't be deep enough. Dustin Flenty underneath it. Needs to fight the sun there to make that play. And that's going to bring up Mateo. Mateo fully capable of tying this game right here.
Yeah, Tom well aware of this, Greg. And I don't, Tom hasn't walked anybody yet, correct? I do not believe he has.
No walks
No
for
walks.
Gannon.
This might be number one right here. Although Max on deck hit one a mile his last time up.
A dribbler, Gannon. After it and into the backstop. Gets past the dangerous Mateo Fernandez in one pitch.
All right, well, maybe Tom was kind of saving that little pitch around for this batter here, as he did hit a two-run bomb to make this 6-4 last time up. Got to be careful with Max.
(12-6).
Tom made sure to keep that one down. He did not want to hang that one to Max. Let it bounce in front of him. Not a lot Max could do. Good take.
Kind of a floater ball there. Max got out in front of it and underneath it. Fouled it. High up down the third baseline. Michael Dean unable to get underneath it. 1-2. Looks like Full Beard wins the pole. I'm going to have to put away the razor. 49 miles per hour, 12-6 outside pipe.
A little screw to that ball as
Yep.
well. It was moving away from Max a little bit. Tough pitch. Tom really locked in here today, and he's through 5. And that's funny. You say really locked in. He's given up 4 runs, and on nights like this, that's probably low. We could see a big scoring game come game 2 here. I really think that it could get out of control when Tom is no longer on the mound, and the Bombers could really light up, a McDowell or a Tanik if they get feeling it.
A full team meeting over by third base for the Bombers as they decide how they're going to proceed here as they're chasing 2 runs. Looks like Max Fernandez will return to the pitching rubber.
Curious to see if Johnny Yepes is going to get any playing time at all tonight.
Johnny Yepes, a free agent signing by the Bombers prior to this series. He's played with the Cajuns and the Ones in PLW. Wasn't able to get a whole lot of playing time on either one of those squads.
He had a couple weeks with the Cajuns, I want to say late last season, right towards the end of the season, where he was kind of starting to shine out there a little bit. He's got some certain pop. He's got some quickness on the infield. He's got a decent arm, but he really hasn't put any of this together yet to become a productive wiffle ball player out here in this extremely difficult PLW.
Is Yepes a softball player?
Yes. No, he's a baseball player,
Baseball.
I think, as well. But now all baseball players that aren't able to play baseball when they're 24 anymore become softball players, I think. So I think he's played a lot of both.
Tom Gannon is going to go the other way with this one, but Hollis Hale, off in a hurry, chases it down into shallow left field to make the out.
Yepes is a really fun guy. He's always got a smile on his face, and I almost picked him up. I don't know why I let him sit on that free agent market. He's a decent little ball player. He's got a good attitude, and I think he's going to be a great addition to this Bombers team, especially when their depth needs to come into play. We talked about how little depth they have, and now they got a guy that maybe can do a little of this and a little of that for him.
A.J. Petrovsky is going to bump this one into shallow center field. Lonell Simmons unable to come up with it off his hands and hits the back wall.
That's a single and an error, though, Kyle Lohman.
Without a doubt, an error there. A.J. Petrovsky is going to move into scoring position off that error.
Kyle, which has the TV screen, which is on about a 20-second delay.
Another
Tough play,
sky
tough play.
high. Lonell Simmons. Oh, no!
Yep, back-to-back errors for Lonell.
You could see the spin on that wiffle ball, sky high, spinning shot by Justin Hicks off the palms.
That was trouble off the bat. Right off the bat, that was a lot
yeah.
of trouble. That thing was cut right off the tip of the bat. It went like toward third base and ended up in center field. So a lot of spin on that.
Yeah, bare hands out here in PLW. No glove to help you with the spin on the ball. You have to really perfect that clamp down technique on a spinning fly ball.
Sack fly in order here. A.J. Petrovsky on third. Will be able to tag. You see that 18-foot line away from A.J. If he crosses that line, he is committed to come home.
He really needs to scoot over. He's going to hit the pylon.
Yeah, he doesn't look very ready to go down there on a tag up, but Tanek.
I don't think he is. Swing and a miss on a 55-mile-per-hour outside pitch. Definitely ducked back in to hit the pan. Kind of a screwball there. Inside, rolled over. Trevor Bauer will knock it down. He'll go over to second base for the force out. Alex Fernandez will just hold it there, as if he threw that and missed it, A.J. Petrovsky would score from third base, so they'll just eat it.
Yep, first and third. Guy on third comes home. If there's no outs, he's going to score 100% of the time. But if they are able to convert a double play, then that would end the inning and hold the run up. So it is a very tough call for those middle infielders, how aggressive they want to be in giving up that run to try and get out of the inning.
High, left field, and gone. A 3-run shot by Mark Tavano extends the Sandvipers' lead 9-4.
Oh, that is a reason to want to be aggressive on that double play as well, because outs are hard to come by in this league. And not that they had any chance on that ball down the first baseline to turn two. It was a good decision. But Tavano really makes them pay, gets 3 insurance runs, and now the Vipers are in charge here in the last inning of this game.
Somebody grabbed that thrown away signed wiffle ball. Kenny McDowell will swing and miss at a screwball. He's going to shoot this one into left field. That ball was on a rope. Mateo Fernandez unable to time his jump as that ball was curving right to left.
And up, I think, as well.
Definitely a single. You can't really charge an error there. That ball was ripped and moving quite a bit.
Yeah, single, one base. He knocked that down. It was pretty clear. Adam Tanek is going to challenge it, though. I think this is...
What is he challenging?
He's challenging that the ball hit the wall, I believe. He thinks it's a triple.
I see.
I do not think it's a triple. I believe that ball was knocked down by Mateo.
Well, if there is any evidence to overturn the call on the field, they will determine that in the control room below. As you can see, we go downstairs. Umpire Logan Christie is having a look at the replay that you see in the top left-hand corner of your screen.
Let's talk about that pitch that Kenny McDowell hit. That was nasty. That was away from him, and he somehow wrapped his bat around it and hit it at 71 miles an hour, it looks like he hit it at. He kind of a fluffing spinner out there. Tough play for Mateo. Here come the umpires out of the booth.
Call on the field is a single. Call stands.
The call is confirmed. There was no evidence to suggest that that ball hit the wall, or at least not enough to overturn the original call, Chad.
I agree. I don't think it did hit the wall. It kind of just bounced down in front of Mateo. Mateo's body blocked it for a second, so it kind of looked like it might have. But he knocked that down. That ball hit his hand really right in the middle of it. Took all the steam off of it.
So after all that, Kenny McDowell on first base with 2 outs. Tom Gannon will look at a 53-mile-per-hour pitch in the outside part of the strike zone, and it's 1-2. Pitch inside will even the count. Pitch outside will fill the count. Ball 4, and Max Fernandez will walk off of the mound.
Let's see who they want to charge another inning here to. There's only 1 out left to get in this game, and it's probably a good spot for Bauer to come try and get this out, down by 5. Yep, it is going to be Trevor Bauer. So we're going to see a knuckleball here, Greg. And I want to see a nasty one as well.
Kirby Bucket will meet Trevor at the mound, delivering his warm-up pitches. Trevor is going to feature a slider and a knuckleball, as Chad just mentioned. What else has he got in his arsenal? Anything else?
He's thrown a hard slider. He has a screwball, which you see right there, but it's not developed enough yet, the screwball, I don't think. I don't think he has a ton of confidence in it. He'll mix it in when he can. And he has a hard slider that I believe he can throw for strikes. There it is, right there, 56, but good pitch there.
As Kirby puts it into 5th gear, and he's going to get in on the Bombers conference.
But when you only come out for 1 batter, Greg, you're anxious to throw your knuckleball and show it off. You know, if he's going to throw a few innings, we'll see his whole repertoire, but I think it might be all knuckleballs right now.
Trevor Bauer comes in relief of Max Fernandez, who has walked out of this game. There are currently 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Runners on 1st and 2nd for A.J. Petrovsky. Knuckleball outside. Knuckleball low. 2-1. Knuckleball low. 3-1. So far, Chad, you are correct. We've seen nothing but knuckles.
Here comes the slider right now. Here comes the slider. AJ's ready for it. Nope, knuckleball.
Knuckleball 53 fills the count. Another knuckleball. Looks like it was a little hot.
Yeah, that was a hard knuckleball, and I only read it 56, though.
Another knuckler. Chop right back to Trevor Bauer. Will throw it 85 miles per hour. Check the strike zone. Make sure those zip ties haven't broken. 3rd and final out of the inning. Bauer gets the job done, but not before a 3-run shot by Mark Tavano extends the lead 9-4 Sandvipers as we move to the top of the 6th.
They're going to let Gannon come out for his 6th inning of work here. Tanek looks like he's sending AJ out to left field. AJ's had a lot of trouble out in left field this season. When Tanek, with his 5-run lead, maybe wants to see what he looks like out there.
Yeah, AJ played a lot of left field with the Night Owls before coming over here to the Sandvipers. Did show a little bit of, let us say, lack of awareness in certain key situations playing outfield for the Owls. Trevor Bauer will swing underneath the first pitch from Gannon.
He's ahead of it. Trevor's talking to himself, being ahead of it. I think that's that finger change. It kind of stops and slows down halfway to the plate. Tough to read.
Bauer catches up with that one. Fouls it down the first baseline.
Oh, changeup in baseball just comes out slower, and it kind of holds its speed the whole way out here. Tom's releasing these things at 60 out of his hand, and they're just slowing down to 50 by the time they get to you. But all at once, it seems like. It's not like a gradual slow. It's like it's traveling hard, and then it just kind of, and it's really tough to pick up and time.
Finger ball, but it's shot directly over the Cheers Beauty sign. A solo shot by Trevor Bauer.
He timed that one, Greg. No
Sure
problem there. A second bomb of the game for Bauer. And then look for Bauer to have a big night here. He's at hot and cold. Oh, they dropped the bomb, Greg. They dropped the bomb.
Manages to explode on time. That ordnance appeared to be rolling towards the Sandvipers dugout. No one was hurt on the play. I'll bring up Hollis Hale with nobody out. "12-6. Hale's going to go center field and deep. Flenty up and after it. He can't get it.
10th home run of the season for Hale there. And the Bombers putting on a little bit of a show here, but they still have 3 more to chase. Still nobody out in this last inning here. And that 3-run home run that we just saw Tavano hit. Wow, those insurance runs required. Euro
Hale
step.
with the Euro step. Tom Gannon stepped off the pitching rubber and congratulated Hale as he rounded second base. I think Gannon had basically said he was going to throw that 12-6 until Hale did something to stop him from doing so.
Yeah, he looked kind of bad on it a couple times tonight, but he adjusted and he hit that one hard.
Whew. Watch your head. Third base umpire Jonathan Wilson with the quick reflexes. As the hat comes off. And you got to watch yourself on the third base side when Big Al's up. "12-6, misses high, 2-2. Bombers trying to make it interesting here. Big Al's going to get out in front of that changeup from Gannon and strike out for the first out of the inning. Bring up Alex Fernandez. He had a single back in the 4th inning, dropped in at the feet of Adam Tanek playing left field. Let's see if A.J. Petrovsky makes the adjustment.
He is way too deep with Alex up here. Both outfielders just absolutely insanely deep for a singles hitter here. Bombers just need a base runner, too. There's no reason to play this deep, Greg. They're not looking to hit home runs right now. They get base runners. He bounced that.
Oh, no.
Wow. What a mistake there.
Oftentimes, you will see the Sandvipers wind up and throw short ground balls as hard as they can into the backstop. We've asked them before about the reason for doing so, and I've heard different reasons. I've heard you should throw it just as hard on every single play. I've heard I want to keep my arm warm. I've also heard I want to see how hard I can throw it and get the radar to read it.
Briner.
But Gannon spikes that one from 20 feet away and puts Alex Fernandez on first. 12-6, Tink's top bar. Ever so gently, 51 miles per hour.
That was pan. Yeah, that was pan for sure. Pan for sure. That was outside, yeah. 100%. Tom doesn't move. Let's go 5. Come on, babe. Come on, Tim. Make shit, babe.
Slider. Misses high. 1-2 to Mateo. "12-6, misses away.
Screwball again, though. I think that's a screwball.
Okay, so it's a dropping screwball.
Yeah. He's got 12 pitches, remember. They can't all be 12-6.
Yeah.
But
Foul back into the zone. No, his bat hit the zone. Important distinction.
I think Tom has developed that 12-6 a lot more over the last few weeks. You can see it again. He's turning it over a little bit, it looks like.
Throws it again. He goes inside this time to fill the count. High. Center field. Flenty's going to have to come in.
Nope, he's got that one. The wind left that one alone, Greg. The wind has calmed down since this game started as well. It was kind of swirling around a little bit, but it is pretty still out here right now, although it's probably still 5 miles an hour blowing out, which is more than enough if you get one up there to get out of here. But That one was just too high.
It will always die down a bit right around sunset, which is right about now.
Max has to sacrifice the home run right here, and he has to get on base. The home run does them no good right now. They need one more base runner to get that tying run to the plate. That wasn't a single swing, though, Greg. He's looking for that home run. He's just looking to hit it hard, of course, but...
Home run does them some good, as Trevor Bauer would be next up.
Does him some good. But he's just got to find a way on base. If he's sacrificing batting average to try and hit a home run, it's a big mistake.
Ooh. Inside. Again, and really going to this drop screwball quite a bit.
Max just needs to flick this one into right here. Nope.
And he'll miss high. Max will walk to first. Just like you said, Chad, they've got 2 aboard. The tying run comes to the plate in the form of Trevor Bauer, who hit a solo blast in his last at-bat earlier this inning.
He also hit a solo blast about 30 minutes ago in like the 3rd inning.
First walk issued.
They weren't, Logan. It said 2-2 on the screen, but the umpire called it a walk.
It was a full count.
Okay, yeah. Greg and I had it full as well.
Shot into left field. This game is tied. Trevor Bauer puts the Bombers level.
I said, look out for Bauer. Once he gets going, look out. Bauer, he's gone 0 for 10 with 10 strikeouts. He's gone 10 for 10 with 10 homers. I mean, this guy is insane, hot, cold. And he ties this game up in the top of the 6th inning. Bombers need more, though. Bombers need more. Teams are averaging 2 runs an inning, basically, right now. And they got to get outs in the bottom of this inning, so they got to keep the pedal down right now, and they got to get 1 more here. 9 might not be enough.
Vipers were 1 out from victory, but Trevor Bauer spoils it with a 3-run blast to tie the game. First pitch from Gannon to Hale is a strike outside. That one will hit Hale in the back. It's 1-2. Swing and a miss. And Hale will strike out, but not before a 3-run shot from Trevor Bauer has brought us to a bottom of the 6th, Chad.
Whew, hold your breath here. Is it enough? So who are the Bombers sending back out to the mound? Bauer, if you remember correctly, finished the last inning. Max and Alex weren't that effective. Is it going to be Alex going back out to the mound? It is going to be Alex going back out to the mound in this 6-6 game. No faith in this 9-9 game. I'm sorry. No faith in Bauer.
When pitchers come into the game, they are required to face 3 batters unless they finish the inning. That's exactly what Trevor Bauer did. Alex Fernandez will return to the mound here in the bottom of the 6th. And as I see many hearts and roses come in on TikTok, if you haven't done so yet, TikTokers, follow the link right there on the field, twitch.tv/Premier Wiffle. Join us on Twitch. You'll see our full production, multiple camera angles, live commentary, chat with your friends. You can gamble and redeem Wiffle points as well. A lot of Wiffle points on the line here in game number 1.
How you feeling about your Wiffle points? Is that the poll? I can't read the poll. All right, we got Hollis at 3rd. We got Max at short. Bauer at 2nd. We got Lonell out in center, and we got Mateo. Oh, that's not. It's not
Johnny
Lonell.
Yepes.
That's Johnny Yepes playing center field now, getting his first action of PLW this season, I believe.
We're going to hold on for just a second as members of our stream team took a break mid-game. Dribbler past the hands of Alex, past the hands of Max. Gets into the outfield, and Hicks is aboard.
Reached on error, his 2nd straight plate appearance for Hicks. It hurt last time. They got 3 unearned runs in the bottom of the 5th, the Vipers did, on 2 errors from outfielders, and now we see an error from their shortstop. I think Carrasco might have kind of distracted Max's effort there just a little bit. Here's Tanek. Clean double wins it. I think I would have left Bauer on the mound. I don't know. Maybe not. Alex got a nice ground ball there, but
Tanek rolls over.
going for
Bauer
two. Hollis is
to
out.
Hale. Into the strike zone, 4.81 seconds. They turn the double play. That error does not come back to bite them.
That might be Hollis Hale's first ever double play coming home to the backstop, as he is a third baseman and he does not get many opportunities to roll those double plays. What a great throw, and he might have needed that strike zone. It does save, that 1/10 of a second or so. It looked like he still had enough time. Devano hit a big 3-run home run to give the Vipers some room last inning. With 2 outs here, let's see if Alex is careful. That's deep. It's off the wall in the air. It's a triple. It looked just too much topspin to end this game, but that's 2 outs.
Tavano will go all the way over to third as that wiffle ball contacted the fence in the air. So with 2 outs and a runner on third, base hit will win it. McDowell will swing at the inside pitch and miss. Alex will go way outside. 1-2.
Who's on deck, Greg? Tom?
Yes.
Alex being really careful with McDowell. I think this is the guy they need, though, with Tom on deck and AJ already with a home run here tonight. Oh, he
Dribbled.
chases.
Bauer will go home with it. Into the strike zone for the third and final out of the inning, and we are headed to the top of the 7th. Extra innings here in game number 1 between the Sandvipers and the Bombers.
I'm being told that Mark Tavano has hit for the cycle, Greg. That triple has given him a cycle for this game.
Have we had a cycle yet in season number 4, Chad? As Chad is pantomiming with first base umpire Kyle Lohman.
5 for 6 he is with a homer, triple, double, and 2 singles right now. And it's, I believe, and I don't quote me on this, the second ever cycle in PLW. We think so. We think it's the second ever.
As the game continues on, Gannon needs no warm-up pitches. He'll reach back and deliver here in the top of the 7th as Big Al will reach back and slam one into center field. Leadoff single. Turns the lineup over. Runner on with nobody out.
Yeah, Hicks kind of shoved over towards the third baseman there, really trying to close up that 5-6 hole. And Al says, oh, I'm just going to pop one back the other way where you maybe could have been. And he's got on first base to lead off this 7th inning.
And Alex Fernandez is going to go right side.
Ball.
Hicks will step on second. He'll get it in time, but he misses the center panel. So Alex Fernandez will go over to first base on a fielder's choice. Big Al retired at second on the force.
Oh, I don't like that that momentum that Hicks carried to make that throw at all. He wasn't moving his arm side. He was falling toward first base. He had plenty of time to step on second and get moving forward and make an easy play. Let's see if that hurts.
Mateo will swing at the outside pitch. That ball was trailing back in.
Yes, extra innings count towards the pitcher. This is Tom's 7th of 9 innings for the evening. If the Vipers find a way to lose this and use all Gannon's innings, it could be a long night for them. That's hit
left
deep.
field deep. Tanek cannot get up. A 2-run shot by Mateo has put the Bombers ahead.
And they can't turn the double play, and Mateo makes him pay immediately. Bombers 11, Vipers 9. Still work to do, though. They still got a lot of work to do here. They might want to just get 4 more here so the Vipers don't even get a chance.
Only 1 out. Bombers looking to tack on some more insurance.
I believe it was the Bombers early in the season that blew a 5-run extra inning lead, Greg.
Pop-up, Gannon goes one-handed and snags it away from his shortstop.
Did the Bombers win that game or lose? It was 2-2 Bombers-Cajuns, and the Bombers got 5 in the top of the 7th and then gave up 6 in the bottom of the 7th, I believe. So the Bombers have been here before.
Swing and a miss by Bauer on a very hard-cutting slider.
I'm surprised we didn't see that pitch from Gannon in one of the previous Bauer at-bats here. Bauer very susceptible to that pitch down, likes to chase it.
Dropper will get Bauer out in front. He'll strike out for the 3rd and final out, but not before a 2-run shot by Mateo Fernandez has put his squad ahead. We'll move into the bottom of the 7th. Sandvipers looking to try to walk it off or even it to extend this game.
Well, Fernandez of the Alex variety going to head back out to the mound, maybe his 4th inning of the game, I want to say. And he's looking to get this win for his Bombers, and a very, very unlikely win it would be. This game looked like it was over early. It looked like it was over late, but somehow here we are, and the Bombers have a 2-run lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Looks like Johnny Yepez will go back out to center field. They have switched him and Lonell Simmons. So the answer to your earlier question is whether he would see any playing time has been answered.
Yeah, Lonell didn't look very good on a couple of those fly balls, and I think Alex decided to make the change. 3 outfielders here for Gannon, which is a little weird to lead off the inning, as this run really doesn't mean anything. I guess they want to keep him on first base to keep a double play in order. AJ on deck, and he is a double play candidate. As you see Tom foul one back. He's right on that, though. He's seen Alex probably 30 or 40 live PLW plate appearances over his career.
Gannon looking to go opposite field on that, but fouled it back. He looks at that pitch to even the count. Swing and a miss! And Gannon goes down on strikes. We'll bring up A.J. Petrovsky. A.J. 2 for 3 in this game. A double, 2-run shot, 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Excuse me, 2 for 5. 2. He's going to roll over this one. Hollis Hale charges after it.
Good play by Hollis. Very aggressive third baseman.
Yeah.
Even by his initial starting position, it's more aggressive than the entire league. He thinks he has something playing a step or two in front of that line sometimes. He covers a lot of ground. He's a big body.
Hicks is going to laser that one through the 5-6 hole.
Here comes Tanek representing the tying run. It's never easy here to get wins in PLW. Let's see what Alex does. He did not want any part of Tanek earlier in this game. Max also wanted no part of Tanek earlier in this game. Tanek has looked locked in these past couple of weeks. He's lost about 40 or 50 pounds, looking quite buff up there.
Down into the turf for ball 1.
Always one of the best eyes in PLW.
He'll miss low for ball 2.
Career walk leader in PLW. I believe the career home run leader as well.
3 straight pitches below the zone.
I don't know, Alex. Be careful here, friend. Ooh.
12-6. Looked like Tanek was taking all the way. We'll fill the count.
Surprising to me. They do have 3 outfielders playing deep, spread all the way around the outfield as far as you can spread.
Tanek will hold, and that is ball 4. He'll trot down to first base. Justin Hicks will trot over to second. Base hit wins the game.
Good pitch by Alex there. Tanek almost tempted to take a bite at it, but he lays off, thinks better of it. 2 on. Tying run at first base, clean double away from tying this up. Tavano can end it right now.
Tavano 5 for 6 is batted for the cycle in this game. Now look at ball number 1. Will he be the hero for the Sandvipers? He turns on that one, but it's foul.
Ball 2, I think. Now Alex finds himself in charge here with a 1-2 count. Don't expect a strike here, Greg.
Inside, 2-2.
Alex locating very well right now. He hasn't really left too much over the middle of the plate this inning. See what he does on 2-2.
Over the top, misses away, fills the count.
All of a sudden, Mark Tavano has become very scary at the dish. No.
That'll hit him in the back. That's the second walk for Alex Fernandez. The bases are loaded. And Kirby Bucket will make an appearance as the Bombers decide who's coming on in relief.
I think I just heard a Bauer. I think they're going to go to Bauer in this big spot here. Kenny McDowell up. I think I'd go to Max to get Kenny McDowell out. I think Kenny might be the one spot in this lineup to attack here right now. And wow, look at that knuckleball Trevor just threw. Unbelievable. He's getting more torque on his knuckleball than anybody in this league. The thing is dancing all the way home.
Kenny McDowell is 1 for 6 in this game. He's grounded out 4 times, flied out once at his first hit in the 5th inning.
Yeah, I think letting Max, a very established pitcher, attack Kenny here is a good decision, but he's going with the guy that he hasn't gone with all season long. Bauer was in line for the win, then he was off the hook, and now he's coming in for a save here with the bases loaded. Tying run at second base. Clean single ties it. Clean double wins it. And here is Kenny McDowell ready to step in against big Trevor Bauer. Bombers move everybody over to the left side of the infield. They are giving up the right side. A little opposite field ground ball could roll to the wall and end this. And
He's going to go sky high. It's not deep enough. Johnny Yepez makes the play, and the Bombers hang on to win it. 11-9.
Yepez comes into play on the last play of the game. I wasn't sure if he was going to hang it. That's the first wiffle ball he's caught in about 5 months, but he hangs on. Bombers win game number 1.
Late inning drama, extra innings. Sandvipers had the bases loaded with 2 outs, and a fly ball ends it. The Bombers hang on to take it. What a seesaw affair we saw here, Chad.
Tavano 5 for 6 with a walk and a cycle, second ever cycle here at PLW. Home runs galore from the Bombers. Whew, we're in for a good night here. I said this was going to be our lowest scoring game of the night, game 1, and we got to 11-9, so make that 15 come into play tonight, I think. It's going to happen.
I want to thank you all for watching game number 1 of a 3-game series between the Bombers and the Sandvipers. The Bombers take it 11-9. Game number 2 is straight ahead. Welcome back to Hideaway Field here in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Greg Kelly alongside Chad Phillips. You just watched the completion of game number 1 between the Sandvipers and the Bombers. The Bombers came from behind to steal this one, 11-9. Game number 2 is straight ahead. What are we going to see?
They came down 5 runs 2 different times. They came back. Who do we got on the bump there, Greg? I think we just got that info.
Adam Tannick will be pitching for the Sandvipers. Mateo Fernandez will be pitching for the Bombers. Use that information as you will as you get your wiffle points in.
Interesting game here. Adam has not been very solid on the mound as of the last few weeks. He's kind of been avoiding pitching. A couple times he hasn't pitched at all. And who else have they got here tonight? It's just the 3 of them still, isn't it?
Kenny McDowell has put in a lot of innings for the Sandvipers. Expect to see him make an appearance. Probably will start game number 3 for the Vipers. He's also available for relief. Justin Hicks was throwing a little bit in batting practice. He's only had about 3 or 4 innings so far for the Vipers. He's come in some desperate situations.
Well, the worst of the worst has happened for the Vipers. Tom Gannon threw 7 innings and a loss. So now Tom only has 2 innings left for the entire night. It's going to be up to Tannick and McDowell to eat these next 12 innings up and maybe use Gannon in a crucial spot to get a win when they need it.
Did you see any mistakes from Gannon in the last game?
I mean, who am I to judge Gannon's pitching, Greg? I mean, he left a couple of pitches up for sure. I think what ends up happening is 5th, 6th, 7th time through the order. You don't see 7 times through the order.
Yeah.
So these guys are ready. They're seeing what he's got. They're making adjustments. They're having little conversations in the dugout on move up in the box, move back in the box. Watch out for that 12-6 on 0-1, and they're making adjustments clearly. And after a 6th and 7th time at bat, it starts to get a little easier for the hitter and a little tougher for the pitcher.
Game number 2 between the Vipers and the Bombers is straight ahead. Alex Fernandez will lead off for the Bombers. Adam Tannick on the hill for the Vipers. We're underway.
The error that Tom made, that was a mistake. Spiking that ball, that was a mistake. Did that cost them the game?
We'll go back and find out. For now, we'll concentrate on game number 2. Vipers will look to rebound.
Even money, 88,000 aside right now. Get your wiffle points in.
55 and in there, 1-2. Looks like it's a pick'em. as Alex Fernandez looks at one down in the dirt to even the count 2-2.
Good take by Alex there. It's full. Adam does not want to walk the leadoff guy here, Greg.
12-6. Rolled over to shortstop Justin Hicks. Will throw a laser beam into the backstop in under 5 seconds to retire Alex. They'll bring up his brother Mateo.
I'm assuming the Bombers are running the same lineup back out there.
They are, so far as we know.
It's a good pitch by Tanek. That's good location, sweeping motion across the plate. Mateo, not an easy guy to get to swing and miss.
Tanek came back from his sabbatical with a sidearm pitch that is not over 55. It used to be his bugaboo. It was when he dropped down to the side. He couldn't keep it under 55.
Yeah. My team, when we played the Vipers, talked about that a lot. A little rising screwball there, I think. Let's see that replay.
Tanek showing Mateo a little something different. Fools him pretty bad on an inside pitch. Came up into the zone.
A little bit of a riser.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that was. Just a riser that he kind of released across his body. There it is again. Kind of a little Couts-like there almost.
Tanek going to this sidearm delivery quite a bit here early in game 2.
Oof. Good cut by Fernandez there. Max is locked and loaded 100% of the time in that box. He does not give anything up.
Slider outside. (12-6) turned on. Foul ball.
Logan Christie, head umpire this evening, makes the call quick, right on time. Great stream team we got here tonight with Jonathan Wilson, Kyle Lohman, and Logan Christie as our umpires. Sean Marcel up in the sky cam, Jesse Capps and Dennis O'Brien downstairs in the dungeon, and myself, Sparkles Phillips, and Greg Kelly up here in the booth.
Fernandez gets well in front of that. Puts it into the bullpen. 12-6 high. Almost an ethos as he rolls over it. Hicks will pick it up and throw it into the backstop for the third and final out of the inning.
Almost nothing. I believe that was an ethos. Tanek likes to challenge hitters, especially when there's nobody on base. He likes to challenge hitters. It's worked as this league has grown, but now all of a sudden there are so many stars in the batter's box, and you can't really get away with throwing those easy pitches to contact, as we've seen probably 8, 9, 10 home runs in game 1. So got to be careful, got to locate well, got to get up in the count so hitters can't lock and load on 2-1 pitches that they know are coming.
Lot of wiffle points coming in on this game, Chad. Nearly 500,000 wiffle points already bet as we move into the bottom of the first. Pretty even handle. It's a pick'em here between the Bombers and the Vipers.
Pick'em plus 110 on the Vipers, minus 110 on the Bombers. Current. Those odds, remember, one side of the pool scoops the other side of the pool. So the 252 on the Bombers will win the 233 on the Vipers, making the line about minus 110 right now.
A mutual, not quite parimutuel. It's sort of parimutuel, but Twitch is not skimming any wiffle ball points out of the prize pool.
I skim the points myself. Nobody knows it yet. I've been skimming points for, I got
Have you been hoarding them?
Yeah, I got a couple million points. I'm going to get a couple of signed balls pretty soon, I think.
Mateo Fernandez will go to the mound for the Bombers here in game number 2.
Let's see what we got going on the rest of the week here. Tomorrow night we got Vaders, Legends. Thursday night we got Owls, Warbirds. And then Friday night, Snappers, Lightning.
PLW action 5 days a week right here on Twitch. For those of you new in the chat, if you haven't done so yet, be sure to follow and subscribe. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to PLW monthly for free. Just type !Prime into the chat when you connect your Amazon Prime account. Be sure to do so on a PC, as Justin Hicks going to go sky-high center field. Johnny Yepez can't get to that one. A lead-off home run by Justin Hicks.
A little bit of money comes in on the Vipers. Now the line is flipped to Vipers minus about 115. Yep. And Justin Hicks puts them in good shape here with a leadoff home run in the bottom of the first.
Justin Hicks is going to sign that ball and toss it to me. I've got about 3, almost 4 Vipers home run balls up here in the booth.
We should have a fourth, but Tavano couldn't throw that
That's
one
right.
into the booth. He threw it over the booth, so we only have 3.
If we get low on wiffle balls, we can always return them to the field. Adam Tanek looks at ball 1 from Mateo Fernandez. Down to the feet of Tanek. 2-1.
Tough pitch here. Look out.
He's going to laser beam that. That was like a rock skipping off a lake right into the pocket radar sign. I got to look at the stopwatch there. That hit the back wall in under 2 seconds, Chad.
97 on the exit velo there, if you didn't notice. Just 97. Good luck reacting to that one, folks. From 40, maybe 50 feet. Alex Carrasco at shortstop's like 50 feet away, maybe 52 feet away from the plate.
If that.
Well, the mound is 40.
It's 103 to the gap in left center, so yeah, it's maybe 50 feet.
50 feet. He's further than the pitcher. The pitcher's
Yeah.
42, so he's 52
Yeah.
or 2 feet. But at 97 miles per hour, you don't even get to take a step.
Of course not.
If it's not right at you, you're not stopping it.
We have Major League Baseball exit velocities here in PLW, only our field is 1/3 the size. Infielders standing at half the distance as their counterparts in MLB.
1/3 a generous guess there as well, as there's no major league parks that are only 339 to center, Greg.
Correct.
Down the line, I don't see too many 273s either.
Tavano's going to put this one out.
That might be 273, though. Tavano on fire tonight. And look out. 3-0 Vipers here early. This could be a 15-run game.
I am running out of room for wiffle balls up here in the booth. Let's see if Tavano can successfully deliver this one. All right, I got it this time. Thank you.
Nice,
Good toss.
Nice. Well, this game is not going to be won with 3 runs. I can promise you that. Brad Ogden has said it a bunch. Guys, 5 runs isn't winning this game. 10 runs isn't winning this game. And he's been spot on when he said so more often than not.
57 is hot for ball number 1 to Kenny McDowell.
97 is possible. We've seen a couple exit velos up in the 110 area.
Swing and fouled back into the pan. 1-2.
We've seen one go 95 right into Kyle Lohman's midsection as well.
Oh, yeah. Lower midsection.
Yeah, it was like the tip.
2-2 to McDowell. Swing and a miss. McDowell goes down on strikes for the first out of the inning.
That's a big out for Mateo. Get a little bit of confidence going. When you're out there on the mound and you know all you can do is throw 55 miles an hour and they're turning everything around that you throw and your brothers have thrown, you start to lose confidence out there and it becomes even more difficult to beat these hitters.
Tom Gannon steps in. Went 2 for 6 in game number 1. The home run and the double.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. These guys can hit at 97 miles an hour. That's the type of talent we've put in this league over the last few months, and we'll say even over the last 10 months. It's just grown and grown. Ball too low to Gannon. That's not a see. Then you start doing stuff like that. You lose confidence. You get down in the count. And by stepping sideways like that, he's just throwing it further is what he's doing. He's giving the batter an easy look at the ball out of his hand, and he's having to throw it further because he's not coming at him. You know.
Gannon will look at another pitch inside. Full count. Looks like the count is full now.
That's right.
Somehow we had 3-1. Either he got an extra ball or our graphics were slightly wrong. Either way, we all agree. It's a full count now. Tink, bottom pipe, 55. We all agree that that's a strikeout.
That was a good pitch by Tom there. I mean, by Mateo there. You got to remember that bottom bar. You can see where it is. That's like it's just above your ankles. So when you can throw pitches, maybe like a couple of guys in this league do, that never come above the knees, and it's really hard for top hitters. Like we'll use Justin Hiss as an example. He's never had to swing at that pitch in his life. It's low, but here he has to be cognizant that that ball can bite down there by his ankles and still be a strike. Yeah, foul. All the same rules as baseball, guys. All the same rules as baseball. You start with 1 strikeout here.
With 1 strike, yep.
You start with a strike, but yeah, it's all the same. Foul tip into the zone with 2 strikes. You get 1 freebie. If you do it a second time, the catcher hangs on and you're called out on strikes.
2-2 to Petrovsky. Somebody's fired up a Harley in the parking lot. Swing and a miss from AJ. He goes down on strikes for the 3rd and final out of the inning.
Well, top half of the order does a lot of damage, and then the bottom half of the order does a lot of striking out, and we'll do it again next inning and see if it changes around a little bit.
Move to the top of the second in game number 2. If you're just joining us, the Bombers won in come-from-behind fashion to take down the Sandvipers in game number 1, 11-9. The Vipers jump out to a 3-0 lead here in game number 2.
Yeah, I think I saw in the chat there a couple of guys came back a little late, first inning of game 2, expected to have some wiffle points that they were bet on the Vipers. They're like, what happened? Where are my points?
Yep.
Yeah, Bombers with a great game, came back from down 6-1 and 9-4 in the last inning to tie it, push it into extras, find a couple in the top of the 7th, and a very, very unlikely win. I'm going to say they were 20-1, 30-1, even 40-1.
There's no sure things in PLW. Last night we saw a game that was 14-0 after the first inning, and it went the distance, Chad.
No, it didn't go the distance. They walked it off in the 5th, I think.
Okay,
right?
finally in the 5th, but I believe 8 or 9 runs were eaten into that 14-0 lead.
And a robbed home run that was going to make it 14-11, I believe, in the bottom of the 4th, and somebody caught it over the fence to keep that game in the Cajuns County.
Yeah, that would have been
the
monumental
Cajuns collapse.
collapse.
They could never shake that title if they blew that 14-0 lead.
You would have seen an entry in the dictionary.
Yeah, it was 9 in the first and 5 in the second, and then none, and then they got a run on an error, I believe, in the 5th as well, was how they walked that off.
Trevor
Tough
Bauer,
play, good play.
Justin Hicks going to come up with it. He doesn't panic when there's a little bit of a delay on the play. He's got such a short delivery, just kind of flicks his elbow, puts it in there, 4.27 seconds for the first out. Hollis Hale's going to go yard. That's a solo shot for him. He's going to eat into that lead, 3-1.
Hollis' 11th home run of the season. He's really been heating up lately. Had a very cold start to this season, some attendance issues, but as of late and as this weather warms up, Hollis Hale is back in the batter's box and dangerous once again.
Hollis getting his at-bats now, as I heard in pregame discussions, Chad, that Hollis Hale will not be present during the playoffs.
Oh.
That is going to be a big. Oh, and that's curving back fair. That ball went right down the line and curved back in fair. Head umpire Logan Christie staring right down the third baseline, twirls his finger. That's another solo shot. Back-to-back home runs by the Bombers eat into this lead.
Let's see, that's Big Al's 7th home run of the season, 10th RBI. He came in this with a 165 average. That jumps up fast if you can get a few hits. Not hard to move those low averages up if you can get a little hot.
Back-to-back home runs. We'll bring up Alex Fernandez with one away. 2-1 to Alex. Looks like the better Tannic poll has been voted on and decided. Looks like everybody likes short hair hat Tannic.
I can't believe Tom is playing so deep and Flentie's still playing so deep for Carrasco here.
Rolled over. The dreaded dribbler. Tannic is going to take his time, and he's going to throw it nice and soft into the backstop.
Almost too soft.
Surely looking over at Tom Gannon in the left field after he makes that play.
Look how fast that clock is moving, and ooh.
Wow, he got it close.
4-9.
Inside pitch, swung on and missed from Mateo.
A little riser tricks Mateo again. He threw that same pitch to him last at bat. And there kind of is again, but he got his wing a little out of whack there. Tannic working quickly, moves the count to 2-2. Look for Mateo to put this pitch in play right here.
He does not. He'll look at it, hit outside bar, 53 miles per hour. Mateo goes down looking for the third and final out of the inning, but not before back-to-back home runs by Hollis Hale and Al Fernandez have cut this lead down to 3-2.
Whew. What's going on, everyone? Great night here. Weather, sun going down, weather calming down. Pretty true conditions out here, although the air is extremely light. I feel like you guys talk about wind all the time up here. All I hear is wind, wind, wind. I think air pressure is just as important as wind out here. And I'm not a meteorologist. I don't really understand how it all works. But the air is clearly lighter than it was a month ago. And we had some balls that were just teed off on that did not get over this fence, and now we see these little pop flies that can get out if you get them in the right little jet stream. So it's definitely a science that we can further at some point, I believe, and understand what's going on more than we do currently.
Hideaway Field is our laboratory to almost 4 full seasons under our belt here, if you count season number 1 when we're still tuning in some of these rules, but we've definitely seen the behavior of the ball change with the weather, with the temperature. Certainly not a truly scientific double-blind study, but just through experience, we know that when the weather gets hotter, the ball flies.
It certainly does. There's Hicks, as I said, top of the lineup, damage, bottom of the lineup, strikeouts. Let's see how the second inning rolls for Mr. Mateo Fernandez. One of 4 Fernandezes out here on this Bombers team.
Yep, Bombers is the Fernandez family and company. 3 brothers and their father all suiting up tonight. Hicks will walk down to first base, 4-pitch walk.
Mateo wanted no part of him. But unfortunately, the lineup doesn't get any easier. And when there's nobody on like that, even though you don't want any part of Hicks, I think you still have to attack him because now you've created a worse situation with just as good of a hitter up. As they go to 3 outfielders once again. I like playing Tanek to pull with no strikes or with the 1 strike, and then once you get the second strike on him, you split over, because I feel like once he realizes he's behind in the count, he's just going to take his single. But when he's up in the count, he wants to hit the ball hard and pull it. But all of a sudden it's 3-1. I would not be standing at shortstop right now because Adam is not hitting the ball to shortstop on a 3-1 pitch.
51 center pan fills the count.
Second time we've seen Tanek taking all the way on 3-1. Very interesting.
He's going to shoot this one high. It's spinning. It's coming back. Yepez underneath it at the Little Batty Bakery sign makes the play.
Looks like Johnny Yepez is going to fit right in here with these Bombers. And as Greg said a couple minutes ago, Hollis isn't going to be around for the playoffs, and that includes relegation, whichever side the Bombers end up on. And they may need that depth of Johnny Yepez because the rest of their bench really has no offensive prowess at all. Johnny, he's still kind of new out here, and he needs to get some reps to feel more comfortable, but they're slowly mixing him in. I like the defensive move, getting him out there early in the night and letting him feel this Bombers team and feel this camaraderie they have and let him start fitting in.
We'll see if he gets into the batting lineup at any point tonight. Bombers probably going to wait until they have a lead to get that done.
Good luck with that, having a lead. I've been trying to get a lead since the season started. I still don't have one.
Yeah. They're hard to come by sometimes.
Yeah.
Mateo Fernandez will step laterally off the pitching rubber.
We could have had a lead this last week, but you snappers made like 14 web gems on us or something, and it's hard to get base runners when you guys are flailing around the field making every play.
Yeah, defense is a hallmark of the PLW brand. A lot of other wiffle ball leagues, fast pitch variety. Defense not so much a part of it. We really wanted to incorporate that into the brand of wiffle ball we play here.
Much more exciting brand, contact, balls in play, amazing defensive plays. Defenders always needing to know exactly what is going on.
Tavano's going to put that into center field. Yepez, who was playing all the way back at the wall, had no chance to get to that one.
Second.
Crossed into the outfield left of second base, and as such, Justin Hicks will hold up at second.
Yep. First to third is dictated 100% by base hits to the right side. It has to be a clean hit, meaning an infielder did not touch it, and the ball is to the right of second base clearly, and that runner will get from first to third. As we see ball 1 to Kenny McDowell here in the 4-hole. Struck out in the first.
Dowell watches the ball outside. It's going to go way up high. McDowell will swing and miss. Even the count 2-2.
You see Jordan Keegan there come kick that ball up, still with that cast on his right hand.
Mateo is going to go right down the pipe. McDowell's going to swing and miss.
Keegan needs 5 games to be playoff eligible, Greg, okay? So after tonight's over, the Vipers will have 9 games left. That cast is still up in the air. He's supposed to get it off in a couple weeks. But Tanek might try and sneak him in to get a plate appearance if they can get a lead. Because if he can get him 2 games played, one this week, one next week, then he can save him all the way to that last series of the season, get him playoff eligible.
Tom Gannon's going to go right up the middle. Looks like it went off the hands of Max, but did not hit the back wall. Either way, clean single, and that'll score Justin Hicks. There's a little bit of a question about where that ball exited the infield.
I got right side.
Home plate umpire Logan Christie says that exited the infield to the right of second base as such.
I think Logan's correct here, although the rule is it has to be clear right side. Anything under question is always left side. But I think that ball was a couple of inches on the right side, and a very strong call by our head umpire here.
First and third for the Vipers.
There is 2 outs, though, so the tag up is not in play here regardless. All he's got to do is get AJ out here, and it'll be a moot point. Oh, I don't like that pitch, but it works here. He keeps it inside and gets AJ down 1 and 2 in the count. He does it even more exaggerated on that one, stepping a full 4 or 5 feet to his right and trying to fire it back across.
Mateo certainly playing around with his delivery mechanics here. He's going to open up his hip again.
He's throwing it a little tighter. I don't love it still, but he's actually got the ball coming out pretty good.
Swing and a miss by Petrosky will leave 2 runners stranded.
Yeah, so Logan, Lalani's face is directly down the middle here, if you see Lalani's face. So if that ball is a single to the right side of that Leilani banner, that would be considered right side. If it's even, if it's down by those letters you see on the bottom there, it's probably left side.
So I've got a question for you, Chad. If the ball exits the infield directly over second base, it's called left side. Does that mean any part of the base? So if it crosses over the right corner of second base, is it still left side?
Correct. Yes.
Got
Anything, it has to be, it is actually in the rule book, it has to be a clear right side. And I've voted that that's the one call the broadcasters should get all along, because we are looking dead square down it. And the way that is called is if both broadcasters agree it's right side, it's right side. If the broadcasters have a discussion like, oh, wait, then it's not clear.
Yeah, but I really don't want to put pressure on the broadcasters to be umpires.
But you have to remember,
that shot into left field, it's high enough, it's deep enough, and it's gone. A solo shot by Max Fernandez. 4-3.
Wow, Max, just a stud. 4-3, no. 3-3, right? Oh, 4-3. The Sandvipers did get one there. Yes, Greg, but that right side, left side call is the most neutral call in this game because there's no real effect other than one base. There's no run going to be scored. It's not going to change any games.
But as a broadcaster, my head is buried down into my laptop. I'm looking at the chat. I am looking down at my scoreboard. I am not always looking directly at second base where that ball, because I am not an umpire.
Yeah, but you're not missing pitches and hits, though.
Sure,
you may be looking.
But that is not, if you're not an umpire, then your job is not to make those calls.
I was born an umpire.
Yeah. But we're not going to put that pressure on broadcasters to be making calls in a game.
I had to make enough calls from the booth in season 0 and 1 into season 2.
You're not going to win any friends that way.
You're right. We've done a good job of really spreading the stream team out, and we got so many great volunteers. Everybody's improved so much at their umpiring and their dungeon work, and we got Sean Marcel killing it up on Skycam right now. Trevor Bowers taught him so much up there, and always trying to give his little tidbits to make everybody improve out here.
Inside to Bauer. He will take a walk to first base. First walk issued against Adam Tannick. We'll bring up Big Hollis Hale.
See, the real problem with that first right side, left side call is no umpire has a good look at it. There's nobody set up in the middle to see it. All the umpires are off to the sidelines, so you really don't get that proper depth. Us broadcasters, my seat is 100% directly looking straight down the middle of the field.
As the stream improves, as we move out of a literal backyard and into a more technologically advanced facility, we will have an isolated camera that looks straight over that bag, and we can always go to that ISO cam right now. Dealing with what we've put together over the last year and a half.
Yeah, Spicy B, we play all 3 games. This is the 3-game regular season series. If in the playoffs, wow.
Justin Hicks is going to bat it down. Dean picks up the garbage. Tavano gets the force out and puts the double play attempt into the broadcast booth. The signed one we didn't get from Tavano earlier, we just got up here. I'm going to ask Tavano to sign this one for me.
Do we sign this one and give it back to them, Greg? Is that what he was doing with that ball
Right.
there?
I'll sign it GK.
That ball missed my head by about an inch. I saw Trench take one right to the chops last night, and that was pretty entertaining. And sorry, Trench. You've used my expense to entertain yourself plenty of times. I figured myself entertained on your expense one time was okay.
So the force out did occur at second base. Hollis Hale will reach second on that throwing error.
Yep, so
That'll bring
feel his
up
choice.
Big Al.
Feel his choice, give the batter an extra base on the error.
Outside to Big Al. Tinnick doesn't want to walk him. He's got one walk against him. He's going to go with the big 12-6 and strike out Big Al. The second out of the inning.
43 miles per hour.
Bring up leadoff hitter Alex Fernandez. Runner on second, 2 outs. He's going to pop this one into right. Mark Tavano, off his line at second base, makes the play easily for the third and final out.
Yeah, when you guys watch the playoffs, there won't be a game 3 if a team takes the first 2. That'll be a series win. But we're playing a 54-game regular season. There's 10 teams in the league. You play each of the opposing teams, the 9 other teams, a 3-game home and a 3-game road series. So 6 per 9 teams is a 54-game season. Everything works out nice and square. And in the playoffs, it'll be a little different. It's 4 and 5 play a wild card game, and the winner of that game moves on. The 1 seed gets to choose between 3 and the winner of that wild card game, and then the 2 winners would face off in the championship. And on the lower half of the bracket, 7 will play 8.
See, everybody at home doesn't have the same pictographic in their head that you have right now. And as you're seeing this happen, it makes sense to you because you can see it visually.
Now, these people
but
understand.
We would have to have a graphic if we're going to explain that entire way that it works.
They got me.
Say in the chat whether you're confused or not by Chad there.
7 plays 8, the loser plays 9, and the loser joins 10 as the 2 teams
Simple.
out of the league. It's so simple, Greg. my pictograph is perfect. I'm a verbograph.
Current poll up, which is more, Tannic runs allowed or Tannic hits in game number 2? Get your votes in there. So far, runs allowed running away with the poll.
Well, yeah, he's not going to get 5 hits very easily, you don't think, and he's only pitched 3 innings so far.
Vipers have gone all the way through their lineup in the first and second inning. They currently lead 4-3 in the bottom of the third. 2-2 to Justin Hicks.
7, 8, 9.
Hicks is going to take that one on the forearm and take another trot to first base. That is the second walk by Mateo, which will precipitate a visit by Kirby Bucket. Max Fernandez will come on in relief of his brother Mateo. And look at Max. That is picture perfect example of how to treat Kirby Bucket. We've seen some questionable treatment of our mascot. Mateo just showing how it's done. Excuse me, Max. You see him catching some air there. It's probably about time we probably get an obstacle course set up for Kirby. See if we can't get that done this weekend, Chad.
All right.
Kirby's got a lot of maneuverability that we don't always get to see.
He's a quicker. He definitely moves nice, forward, backwards. He does it all. He turns fast. He can dump the balls out. I mean,
there's a special chassis modification coming for Kirby Bucket as well, and we will see that next week. Next Tuesday, we'll debut that new chassis modification.
why Tuesday? What, does he have an appointment on Tuesday afternoon?
That's going to be a surprise.
Oh, okay.
The reason for it, it's not a permanent change. It's just an option that Kirby is going to use.
That'll be a Lightning. That'll be our series. Lightning against the Sandvipers next week.
Correct. As Adam Tannic steps into the box. Slider 54 miles per hour, heart of the strike zone. 1-2. Screwball. Fouled off by Tannic. Screwball misses away. 2-2. Looks like runs allowed, runs away with that poll. 80-20.
Well, Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, it's probably a $6 favorite to start the game off. It's hard to get more than a couple of hits in a game.
57 is hot. Ball number 3 will fill the count.
Are you seeing him looking at you? Because it's not like he's stepping off. It's like he's there. And he just like.
A little bit of a talk as Tanek steps off. He's going to pop this one up. The Hollis Hale playing over by the shortstop side. He's going to clamp his hand down on it. A little bit of a discussion between Tanek and the home plate umpire. I think it has a little bit of something to do with the pitching mechanics.
No, it's the quick pitch. He's not happy with Adam wants to be fully settled in the box, and by the time he's 80% settled, Max is already starting his windup, and Adam wants him to slow down a little bit, and it's been a issue with Billy Santiwan, with Jake Purdy.
Yeah, not the only batter in the league who's been victimized by what could be called a quick pitch.
Yeah, and on the other side of this game, Trevor Bauer has had the same problems because he has a slow setup in the plate. He likes to get comfortable, and a lot of times the pitcher sees he's there, and he's like, I'm not ready yet. So with no actual home plate umpire to put that ball in play.
Right behind the strike zone, yeah. He's up above the backstop. The viewers at home can't see, but the home plate umpire, or second umpire as we call them, is right above the backstop, just out of view from the center field camera. So if you look at that panel on the left side of your screen, the umpire's standing right above it.
Well, yeah, as this league has gotten more and more serious and this competition has gotten more and more fierce. Good pitch there on the outside bar at 55. We've had to really put in some stickler rules. That's why Major League Rulebook is so in-depth, because all ball players are trying to get that little edge, that little angle at all times.
Pop up. Trevor Bauer underneath it at second base. He'll cradle it in for the second out.
Even our pregame warm-up rules have become a lot more strict now because everybody's trying to steal warm-up time, but we had to make it strict. And everybody, why are you guys being so strict? Because it has to be that way. This has become as competitive in an environment as I've ever seen.
There are rules, Chad. This is not Vietnam.
Yeah, there are rules, and I've had to deal with all of them. But it's good. We're in a good spot right now. This league has really found its groove, found its lane. People are really starting to understand the behavior we expect out of them down here, and it's really been cleaned up a lot this past few months.
Yeah. It's not just a wiffle ball league. It is also a television production. As such, our viewers demand things are clean and consistent. And that is really the mindset behind all the rules out here. As Justin Hicks will score on that base hit. RBI for Tom Gannon. Vipers extend their lead, 5-3. Runners on the corners for A.J. Petrovsky.
Big out. This has to happen right now. It has to happen for Max. If A.J. does get on, all of a sudden, here comes Hicks and Tanek, and they can blow it wide open. A little bit of a waste there from Max behind A.J. Kind of doesn't really set him up for anything here.
Swing and a miss from Petrovsky. He strikes out, his third strikeout in a row. He has ended the inning for the Sandvipers in all 3 innings here in game number 2.
Well, these players will all become free agents after they serve 6 seasons in the league. So with this being season 4, free agency is set to start next fall, and players will start to be able to do as they wish, and we'll be signing them to contracts at that point, and we'll see how that develops. And you know, there's only about 20 OGs left in the league that will have that free agency after the 6th season, as most players came in season 2, season 3, season 4. But we'll see how that works out, and I'm very interested to see as the competition just keeps getting stronger. We have if you guys want to get in this league, come to the draft on the tryout in mid-June, and there'll be a draft that night, and that's your way into this league. That's your only way left into this league. There's been other avenues up till now, but they're all closed, and there's only one way in.
Those dates not set yet. Stay tuned to PremierLeagueWiffle.com, our website, for any information on future seasons.
Hey, a PLW contract will be, I agree to play you at least 50 at-bats this season and pay you $10. That could be a lower contract for a bench guy.
Mateo Fernandez is going to shoot this into left field. Tons of movement on that line drive. Off Gannon's hands and into the container. It's going to hit the ground and then hit the container. Leadoff double for Mateo.
Or a PLW contract could look like I'm giving you 3 seasons and I'm going to pay you $1,500. We're unsure of exactly how that will go. The better players in this league will demand something.
Ripped. Foul down the third baseline by Max Fernandez. 1-2. Stay 1-2.
Instant
Carbon
replay.
copy. Do not adjust your device. 2-2. Tip. Stays 2-2.
The other rule we've really cleaned up this season of those foul tips. Umpire has to hear it, has to be audible. No more batters deciding whether they tipped it or not. Ooh,
Fernandez going to swing underneath one. Tanek really pulled the string there. Got Fernandez out in front of it.
Yeah, he showed him a couple in the low 60s, and then 52 looked a lot slower. You see Max all the way out in front of that.
That'll bring up Trevor Bauer with one away. Runner on second base in the form of Mateo Fernandez. Tink, but hot. 58 miles per hour for ball one. Trevor Bauer would love to put this one over the Cheers beauty sign to even the game. He's going to look at an ethos top pipe, 42 miles per hour. He can't do anything but sort of hang his head. Get ready for the next pitch.
What a good series we have going on here, Greg.
Inside behind the back of Bauer. 2-2.
These two teams are pretty evenly matched here tonight.
Inside fills the count. Tanek does have a walk. There it is. Swing and a miss. Gets him with a 39 mile per hour ethos. Tanek, one of the few pitchers that will feature that ball multiple times throughout a series.
Feels dangerous to me, but he gets away with it again, Max. Yeah, just swings right. I mean, Trevor just swings right through that. Had some good movement on it to that outside bar, though. Oh, that one slips. You can see it fall out of his hand before he even threw it.
Went for the 12-6 over the top. Slipped out of his fingers, and he spiked it. Goes inside. 2-1 to Hollis Hale. That's going to get through the 5-6 hole. That is a clean single and will score Mateo 5-4.
Hollis heating up tonight here. Got a couple of home runs. That's a big RBI single. He represents the tying run here in the top of the fourth at first base. 1 out. Clean double here by Big Al will tie this one up. Al hit a home run in his last at-bat or 2 at-bats ago?
He struck out his last at-bat. Had a solo shot in the top of the second. He's going to swing and miss at that one. Fall behind 0-2.
He's got to know Tanek's not going to throw him a strike. Tanek knows how much he likes to chase. You have to really analyze, what does this pitcher think of me right now?
The chess game, the mental aspect.
Somebody tell Bruce Huson they're not going to throw him a strike on 0-2. They're never going to throw him a strike on 0-2. It's never going to happen, Bruce Huson.
Bruce, you in the chat?
Stop swinging at them.
Big Al's going to roll over. Michael Dean will field. Toss it over to Mark Tavano. Will get the force out at second base for the third and final out of the inning. But not before an RBI single by Hollis Hale has cut the deficit down to 1.
Evan Shields, what's going on there tonight? Yeah, J-Dub is our third base umpire tonight. Logan Christie, home plate umpire. Kyle Lohman, first base umpire. Sean Marcel, Skycam. Dennis O'Brien and Jesse Capps down in the dungeon. You can see them there. Say, what's up, boys? And up here you got G.K. Rabbit and myself, Chad Sparkles Phillips. Good to have everyone here. We are up to 511 viewers. TikTok, if you're watching on TikTok, you're not doing it right. Get over to Twitch. Get over to Twitch right now. We got 4 or 5 camera angles. Just a fantastic production over here. You want to watch a real game. 2 competitive teams here tonight. Just incredible action. What a game one we had. 11-9 Bombers. Tied it up after being down 9-4 in the last inning. Put it into extras and was able to win that game here. Down 5-4 here in the 4th inning, though. Trying to put up a 0 and get those bats going. Seeing if they can win this series. Tom Gannon, only 2 innings left tonight.
And there you have it.
Yeah.
Justin Hicks is going to step into the box here at the bottom of the 4th, the lead off. He has led off every inning so far in game number 2.
Wow.
Max Fernandez will deliver the first pitch of the inning for a ball. 1-1. 12-6, fouled back. One, two to Hicks. Nice little screwball, but it's too fast.
That was Briner-like right there. That was Briner-like.
It's like a two-seamer, Chad. Just tails right back in.
That was hard, 57.
High fly ball, deep center field. That one is gone.
Wow.
Justin Hicks with a solo shot. He's going to get that run right back for the Sandvipers.
Just an absolute smash. That ball left out over the plate and up a little bit, and that is not where you want to pitch Justin Hicks. I got the ball. I got our 6th Vipers home run ball.
Well done, Chad.
Oh, it's gone.
No, it's not.
Oh,
we
nice.
have it. I was just reaching for a hot cocoa. Even
me
though
or
it's
for you?
even though it's 100 degrees out here, sometimes we like to drink hot cocoa.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I'll give it to you as long as you know,
I'll take care of it.
take care of it.
I'm very cold up here in the booth right now. I need to warm up.
Okay.
It's
Then we'll allow it.
very chilly night here. 92 degrees.
Yep. Just don't get too hot with the hot cocoa. If you know what I mean, Chad.
Yeah. I will never get too hot. Tanik.
Outside pitch. 2-2 to Tanik. That ball trailed in, late breaking slider. Tanik recognized, tried to reach up and get it, fouls it back.
Yeah, Hicks is climbing those MVP ranks for sure. He's been on fire. His average just goes up. It's hard to make a 440 average go up, but that man is doing it.
Trevor Bauer. Oh, no.
Tough play.
Which hole is that? Is that the 3-hole?
That
It's
one?
through his left arm and side.
Yeah, that ball took a nice hop to his right. It's such a weird bounce it took. He didn't get spread out there enough, and an unusual error from Bauer. I'm not even sure it is an error.
It's the 2-hole.
2-hole.
Yeah, 1 hole between the right arm, 2-hole between the left arm, 3-hole is between the goalpost and the right leg as a pop-up here to Alex Fernandez will retire Tavano. The 4 holes on the right side, then the 5-hole right through the legs. Want to make sure we get our nomenclature correct.
Yeah, just in case a hockey game breaks out here.
Well, it's apropos, considering our infielders oftentimes do have to play like a hockey goalie or a soccer goalie. As we were talking about earlier on in the broadcast, the distance from home plate to the infielders, about half that what it would be in MLB, but we have the same exit velocities.
Yeah, you snappers have like 5 goalies out there on the field. It's,
Yeah.
it's pretty frustrating.
We're pretty dedicated to that style of play.
Yeah, you guys are fantastic out there, and that won you guys that series this last week. McDowell swings at a pitch down, never going to be a strike, can't lay off, and 2 outs, and here comes Tom Gannon. Professional whiffler extraordinaire, plays all around the country, attends basically every fast pitch tournament that exists in this country. I heard he's going to another country to play in a tournament at some point at the end of this year.
Is he going to Japan?
I don't know.
What other country?
I just made that up, Greg.
Oh.
Just go with it.
I didn't know. It sounded serious.
I'm used to having Trench up here. We just make stuff up, man. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Tom Gannon will foul tip that one back.
Canada?
Canada doesn't count.
Mexico?
2-2. $57 miles per hour is a ball. That'll fill the count.
A smoking 57 once again. Max really dealing out there right now. Really has that speed working for him.
Left center. Johnny Yepez reaches up and robs Gannon of a home run. That's a long single. Oh, it hit the wall off his hand. And Tanik will race around third base, get all the way home, and score. 7-4 Sandvipers.
Good effort out there by Johnny Yepez. It looked like he might have caught it for a half a second,
Yep.
but I guess he just got a piece of it, knocked it down, prevented the home run, turned it into a triple. 7-4 Vipers. AJ looking for a little single here to make it 8-4. Where we go for this poll? Where are you watching from, PLW Nation? East of the Mississippi, west of the Mississippi, right here in Vegas or outside the U.S.? Wow, east of the Mississippi running away. You would not think it would run away that much. Somebody's got to be in Vegas. Let's go, guys. Get those Vegas votes in.
A lot of late-night viewers here on the PLW stream tuning in from the East Coast, as Max Fernandez will walk A.J. Petrovsky, and that is his second walk of the game. That'll bring Kirby Bucket onto the field, and he'll meet Alex Fernandez at home plate after Kirby appears to be unprepared. Kirby did not have any balls, so he's going to ask Justin Hicks to refill his bucket, and then he'll drive out to meet Alex at the mound. There he is.
There is no rule against a pitcher throwing a practice pitch and being locked on the mound. In the majors, if you are the shortstop and you randomly go up and pick up that game ball and you throw a pitch, you've just become the pitcher. So you don't want to do that. I think that maybe a small rule is if Alex throws 4 warm-up pitches and then they're like, let's go with Trevor instead. Those 4 warm-up pitches are Trevor's, and the team only gets 8 warm-up pitches in that spot. So it's not like Alex can take 4 and they're like, let's go with Trevor instead, and he gets 8. That's not okay. I think that Alex is kind of eating Trevor's warm-up pitches with their indecision is the rule that should go into play.
Okay. So the rule now is that there is no rule?
That's correct. There is no rule that Alex could take 3 pitches and be like, Trevor, take 2 pitches, and then, no, let's just go with Mateo. Like, that's garbage to me, but that can still happen out here. But I think that if Alex threw 3 and then Mateo threw 2, and then it's like, oh, Trevor, you only got 3 pitches left. So that would keep the time standard and...
Should write the rule.
Yeah, I can't just make up rules in the middle of the season, though, even though I have about 30 times.
This I know.
Got to keep things clean out here. Sometimes you don't see the rule until you see how it's being abused and what the repercussions are of not having the rule.
53 miles per hour will take outside pipe. 1-2 to Hicks. Trevor Bauer is going to feature a lot of knuckleballs. He's going to throw another one. Really dances inside. Hits Hicks in the midsection. 2-2. That hit the foam on the top part of the strike zone. You can just see that little white bit of foam sticking out above the top bar of the strike zone.
Yeah, Chad wrote the whole rule book, so you can't hide it from me.
He knows the web address. Hicks is going to pop this one up. Max Fernandez is going to call for it over on the second base side and bring it in for the third and final out. Vipers will strand 2, but not before they extend their lead 7-4. Here in game number 2.
Well, the Bombers have been here before, and they were here about an hour ago, and they managed to come back and take game 1, which was one of the most impressive wins of the entire season, in my opinion, down 9-4 going into that last inning. And even after they tied the game at 9, they still had to get 3 outs just to earn extras, and then they were able to get 2 in the top of the 7th, and then shut them down, left them loaded. Trevor Bauer came in with the bases loaded after Alex Fernandez back-to-back walks with 2 outs. Bauer was able to get that 3rd out and lock that Bombers up a very much-needed win. The way the standings have separated right now, 5 teams are above 500 and 5 teams are below 500. And the Bombers are the best team that is below 500. So they got to get on their horses right now to give themselves a chance to grab that 5 seed. Right, Greg Kelly?
That's right. What you said. As we move here into the top of the 5th, Alex Fernandez is going to lead off. Sandvipers have a 7-4 lead. This is game number 2 of a 3-game series.
Buck, shouldn't you be sky camming or something?
Fouled off the first base side. 1-2.
TikTok, come on over to Twitch.
East of the Mississippi runs away with the viewing population poll. Adam Tannick will hit bottom pipe, but hot.
There's only 5 people from Las Vegas watching this broadcast. 5 people? I mean...
No, most of our viewers are outside of the local area.
There's at least 20 players from the league watching.
Yeah, but they can vote in the poll, but why bother? Justin Hicks will reach up, bat that one back to himself and pick it up and throw it into the backstop for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Mateo.
Bombers need a couple base runners here. Got to get something going.
Mateo hit a sky-high solo shot. That was gone, a no-doubter off the bat. 7-5.
Wow, Mateo, what power this kid has. 21 years old and an absolute monster. Just raw power.
What a tank.
Yeah, absolutely crushed. Max has got the same power as Mateo. I don't even know which of the two has more power. They're the identical hitters, in my opinion. Mateo, a little better contact-wise, I believe. Max's average is a little lower over his career, but yet he has the same type of power you just saw. Look for another right here.
Mateo seems to have the ability to let that wiffle ball travel into the zone just a millisecond longer. Max often out in front of it. Not unable to go up the middle. But if you look at the spray chart, it's going to be heavy to the left side. This one's going to go off the end of his bat. Look at the spin on this. And he...
Did it land in the outfield in the air, Logan? Yeah, then it plays dead.
Yeah, it's a dead ball anyway, so it doesn't matter. Even if Tavano threw that away, it wouldn't be an extra base error because that ball landed in the outfield. That's sort of a dead ball rule here. If a batted ball hits the outfield grass in the air, it's a hit. That ball is dead unless it goes to the back wall, and then you can only get extra bases. Otherwise, it's automatic single.
There's no play for an infielder there. The play is over. The infield is out of that play once it
But let's talk about the spin on that ball as Trevor Bauer is going to hit it at Tavano. He's going to step at second, throw it himself.
Just misses Bauer with that throw. That would have been a double play if it hits Bauer, but he's able to dodge it, and this game moves fast, Greg.
It really does. It's hard to think that we'd ever want to slow down a sport, but sometimes wiffle ball moves so fast. We've actually asked batters to walk from the end of the dugout as Hollis Hale is nearly going to put another ball into play before we have a time to even complete talking about the last play.
You see why I talk so fast now, Greg, right?
Oh, right.
All right.
Yeah, that's the reason.
It is 100% the reason. You got to get it all in, man.
Sometimes you just have to choose certain thoughts in your head to delete. Hollis Hale is going to disrobe partially. He's going to take those compression sleeves off his forearms. Step back into the box. 12-6 high and inside to Hale.
Tanek really wants this last out here.
Rolled over. Justin Hicks is going to go over to second base for the force out. Mark Tavano will grab it and step on second for the third and final out of the inning.
Vipers 3 outs away from evening this series up, and let's see if they go to Gannon for that last inning. I'm sure they'll stick with Tanek up 7-5 here, but Gannon's got 2 innings left in the night, and we'll see if Adam thinks about maybe letting him try and get the save here in that last inning. But as of now, they want some insurance, and they need some insurance.
So we have some visitors here at Hideaway Field up on the container in left. You can see some ladies taking it in. I believe a local transient was picked up at the bus stop, and he's joined them as well. I believe he must have gotten an invite. It is a private field here at Hideaway. Trevor Bauer is going to return to the pitching mound. Oh, that's Bird. Okay. Bird's actually a player here in the league. Hard for me to tell sometimes when he's out of uniform.
He's out of uniform when he's in uniform.
Hello, Bird.
See Andrew Leday and Cody Runnels, and is that Sashi?
Sashi Boba.
3 Cajuns
over
down there hanging out on the sideline.
Adam Tanek will step into the box for the Sandvipers. Look at a knuckleball low and inside for ball 1.
Cajuns took a 14-0 lead on the ones in the second inning last night in the rubber match and won that series.
That is gone! A solo shot from Adam Tanek. Got out of here in a hurry. Can't wait to see this exit velo.
Hanging knuckleball? Yep.
86-mile-per-hour exit velo. Got out of the yard in under 2 seconds. That'll extend the Vipers' lead 8-5. Don't forget, they had a 3-run lead late in game number 1, Chad.
Yeah, you don't want to throw a hanging knuckleball to Tanek. You can't miss there to him. He's never missing that pitch, Greg. Never. Pick up Bauer in there, seeing if he can get these 3 outs here and keep it at this 3-run lead now. He's got the bottom of the order here, 3, 4, 5, 6. He needs 3 of these guys. He does not want to see Hicks again because if Hicks rolls back around this inning, this game might be over.
sky high. It's going to stay inside the park, but it's not going to be an easy play for Yepez. He's had 3 of those so far, Chad. He's brought them all in.
He's looked the same on all 3, too. Not 100% convincing on some of them. It looks like he's almost jumping to catch it.
Play.
It's not an easy play at all. I like him catching it up high because if you do miss it up high like that, it gives you a second chance to catch it. If you miss it down in your breadbasket, it's already over.
Kenny McDowell is going to look at a knuckleball inside 51. 0-2. That knuckleball danced 3 different directions, but it did miss the back pan for a ball. Trevor has on 2 different socks, Chad.
Really?
Either that or they're the same socks, but one of them went through with the whites. As Kenny McDowell will strike out. That's his 4th strikeout of the game. He's 0 for 5 thus far here in game number 2. Bring up Tom Gannon. Tom is 3 for 4. 2 singles and a triple. Look at ball 1 low. As the return ball was going to hit Trevor. I think he blinded himself looking over to the sidelines. Knuckleball inside to Gannon 2-1.
Good pitch there. Gannon lays off, though. Now he's going to be looking to turn on something right now. Don't hang that knuckler, Trev.
Another knuckleball inside 3-1.
He's throwing a little bit harder knuckleball to Tom. He's not that slow one he threw to Tanek was not effective.
Knuckleball in there, 53 miles per hour.
That's a hot 53 right there. Good pitch.
Full count. 55 on the nose. All Gannon can do is walk back to the dugout.
Pretty good inning by Bauer there. He does give up a solo home run to Tanek. It's 8-5 now. Bombers were down 5 going into the last inning in game number 1. Came back and tied it now. They're down 3 here. Tanek back to the hill for his 6th inning of work.
As we move into the top of the 6th, I want to invite everyone who's watching on TikTok to make your way over to Twitch to watch the completion of game number 2. If you haven't done so already, follow the link written right there on the field, twitch.tv/Premier Wiffle. When you get here, let us know in the chat that you came over from TikTok. You're going to see multiple camera angles, a full production of live commentary. You can bet and redeem Wiffle points. Chat with your friends in the chat. When you get here, be sure to give us a follow and a subscription.
And when you get here, you're not going to leave. We promise you that. If you're watching on TikTok and enjoying yourself, wait till you get over to Twitch and see the production that's going on right now. And right now we got the commissioner of the league, Adam Tanek, looking for a complete game, up 8-5 in the top of the 6th. Big Al at the plate. Need base runners, and then Bombers need them now. See if they can get a couple guys on to this top of the lineup.
Chasing 3 runs, and they've got 3 outs to do it. Big Al turns and slams one into foul territory.
Ooh, good take there.
Just missed the strike zone.
This is the 6 hole, so
it's 2-2.
Leadoff batter on deck.
12-6 through the third baseman. Not an easy play for Michael Dean. He goes down to one knee, but it gets right under his right palm.
Alex Carrasco, I mean, first time I've done that in a while. Alex Fernandez coming up here. I need the outfield to move in here. He's not looking to hit a home run here. He just needs to get on base. His brothers are on deck as the tying runs. This is an obvious spot to cheat way, way in, and I'd almost go 4 infielders here.
Center field, shallow center field is looking wide open, and that's right where Fernandez likes to dunk the ball.
He does, and I can see a walk here right now. Tanek looks out of Soy. There it is. You
3-1.
can see it. I've seen this before. He's walking him, Greg.
And he did. He throws to 12-6, but it's short. That is a base on balls for Alex Fernandez. He will trot over to first base. 2 runners on, nobody out.
He's not going McDowell, no. Is he really? No, he's got to go Gannon.
Several times throughout season number 4, I have suspended Jonathan Wilson's KDL. He has then passed his test and has been reinstated. However, on 2 occasions tonight, I have seen Kirby unprepared, driving erratically,
Well, Jonathan right now is the 17th ranked Kirby driver in the league right now. He was 20th a little while ago. He's moved up to 17th, and he's looking to grow a little bit with his Kirby skills. But right now, they're not there, Greg. He does not have them.
There's an emote available in the chat. I think it's PLWGK. And if you type that into the chat, you're going to see exactly how I feel right now as I watch Kirby Bucket perform below PLW standards.
Yeah, Jonathan Wilson, we're going to have to work with him on the side, I think,
Day
this
late,
week.
dollar short there, Kirby. Anyway, back to the game. There are no outs. There are runners on first and second. Mateo Fernandez is at the plate. He represents the tying run.
That was such a bad walk to Alex right there, Craig. It's just not acceptable. You got the 3-run lead, and you got to attack him. You can't walk him on 4 pitches.
12-6 will get Mateo to swing and miss. 1-2.
Tom's 8th inning of work on the evening.
Comebacker off Gannon. He's going to pick it up, force out at second. Hicks to the middle pan. In under 5 seconds, they turn the double play.
Big double play there. That takes the tying run right out of the batter's box. And now they need another base runner to get to the bottom of the lineup to win. That is a play that just changed this game big time.
Huge double play turn by the Sandvipers to somewhat neutralize the threat. Is Max Fernandez going to roll over the dreaded dribbler? Tom Gannon comes home, and the Sandvipers hang on to win it. There will be no comeback from the Bombers here in game number 2. 8-5 is your final score, and this series is headed to a rubber match.
Wow, what a night here so far. 2 amazing games, and we got a 3rd amazing game in store for you right now. Let's get out of here for 15 seconds, Greg. We'll come back for game 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll do that.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Hideaway Field. You are watching Premier League Wiffle. You just watched the completion of game number 2 between the Bombers and the Sandvipers. The Sandvipers were victorious by a score of 8-5, and that brings this series level. We'll go into game number 3. Kenny McDowell will take the hill for the Sandvipers, and Max Fernandez is going to start for the Bombers. Use that information as you will to get your Wiffle Point prediction in. I believe it was a pick'em in game number 2, and we'll see what it is here in game number 3.
I'm feeling Vipers 1.5 again. I think the Vipers are still the stronger side here. Gannon's only got 1 inning left, though, so let me take that back. I think pick'em is right. Since they can't go to their ace really here, that was good. They got the save out of him, his 8th inning, so Tom has 1 inning available. Tanik threw 6 there, so Tanik only has 3 innings available for this night, and everybody else in the Vipers is clear. I'm not sure about the Bombers' pitching numbers. They've gone back and forth a few times tonight. I'm sure Max has at least 5 or 6 left, so he's starting game 3 here.
Oh, and we've got a hype train going. This game hasn't even started yet, but Chad, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Cut away.
We have a level 2 hype train underway. For those of you who don't know, there are 5 levels of a hype train. If we complete all 5 levels, new custom emotes will become available in the chat. If you want to contribute to the hype train, just cheer some bits or gift a sub into that chat. Some of our new viewers that just came over to PLW from TikTok would love a gift sub if you're feeling generous. Greg Kelly alongside Chad
Camera's
Phillips.
over there now, Greg. Camera's over there.
Oh, hi, guys.
Look at the camera.
Yeah. Hi. That's the candid shot, Chad.
Oh, all right.
So, you know, the candid shot's off to the
but
side.
you're looking
we're-
at this camera, and it's
yeah,
not...
but we're doing our thing. We're
right.
here in the booth. We've got our equipment. We've got our accoutrement. And that is a candid shot. We can look if we want to,
No,
but we don't have to.
I think we do have to look once.
Kenny McDowell up on the hill. Alex Fernandez will lead off as usual for the Bombers. As we've got a hype train still underway, 28% of the way, 47% of the way, as we just got a few gifts fly into the chat.
TikTok, one more chance. Come on over to Twitch right now. Game 3 rubber match underway. We're at 600 viewers looking to climb into 4 figures here at some point in game 3. Come on over to Twitch.
Alex Fernandez is going to put that into left field off the hands of Tom Gannon. Tom usually so sure-handed in that left field position, does not come up with that one.
It's hard to make every play. That's
Sure.
That's a base hit, I think. I don't think
without
that
a
was
doubt.
routine by any manner.
The only reason we even consider it is because Gannon is, an all-star out there.
We're both-
a Golden Glover, perennial.
We are both still surprised that he did not catch that, but at the same time, very difficult play. Leadoff guy on, and Alex Fernandez, again, he might be playing too deep. It's Fernandez. What happened? He dunked it over the shortstop. Gannon by the wall.
Yep.
They have not adjusted tonight. If Gannon's 1 or 2 steps shallower in his initial position, he makes that play.
Yeah, he doesn't hit the ball high enough, really, to catch those Tier 2 wins and push it back to the wall.
One night, he went off, Alex Fernandez. He went off and
Was
hit
it
like 3
windy?
home runs. It probably was a little blustery out here, but at the same time, he just had a monster night that night.
Mateo Fernandez, on the other hand,
Speaking of monster
can hit it
nights.
into the 3rd tier.
Yeah, he's a 4th tier kind of guy.
He chooses not to go up and after that high one. You could tell he wanted to, but he takes a pitch and will walk down to first base.
All right, so Adam 3 innings left. Tom 1 inning left. If McDowell happens to walk out here in the first, all of a sudden the Vipers are going to need to piece this
This is the
game
story of
together.
the Sandvipers here in season number 4, is the depth of their bullpen.
Yeah.
James Stein talked about it in his pregame matchup of the week. You talked about it a little bit in game number 2, as Tom Gannon's innings were 8 up in game number 1. He gave 7 innings in a complete game loss, and he is now unavailable to pitch. Or does he have 1 inning left?
Tom has 1 inning left.
Swing and a miss from Max Fernandez.
Just a little aside here. You Snappers have been in the same boat this season, and you only have 3 pitchers, and somehow you have not had to go deeper than that, really, other than for an out here and an out there.
3 very good pitchers. As we look at this hype train, still 1 minute left to complete level 2 of this hype train. If you've got bits, now is the time to cheer them into the chat. There we go. On cue, up to 72%, just 1 minute to make it to level 3.
McDowell with a gorgeous 51-mile-an-hour Wilson-type curveball that finds the bottom, and he's got an out here, and he needs another one.
He's going to curve that one in as well, 50 miles per hour, and hits 10-0-2 to Trevor Bauer. 72%, 37 seconds left in level 2. Knuckleball from Kenny McDowell, but it's hot, 57 miles per hour.
Great pitch selection by McDowell, just a couple over the limit. Bauer, he wanted to swing, but he realized he couldn't hit it, so that forced him to lay off. 1-2.
Slider comes back in. Hicks will go to third. Dean will underhand it to second. That entire play happened in under 5 seconds, and as such, it's an inning-ending double play.
Good job by the Vipers to get through the first inning there with completely unscathed, and now they're looking to take this series here. This is a big rubber match. The Bombers need this game bad, Greg. The Vipers can afford to lose it and still be okay, but the Bombers must have this game.
Yeah, Bombers really, on a kind of a downward spiral here in the latter half of season number 4. They've had some attendance issues that have certainly contributed to that, and they find themselves in desperate need of wins in the final 3 weeks here if they want to make their way up into playoff contention and even more importantly, stay out of relegation contention, Chad.
Yeah, that's right. The 6th seed is neutral in this league. Top 5 make playoffs. 6th seed neutral. 7 through 9, a little tournament. 10 is relegated. The loser of that little 7 through 9 tournament is also relegated. I kept that simple that time, Greg.
I just got some information, Chad.
Okay.
Jordan Keegan,
Yep.
his cast is coming off tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Okay. They got 3 series left. They'll be able to get him playoff eligible very easily
Right.
now. He needs 5 games out of the final 9 to be playoff eligible.
And just because the cast comes off doesn't necessarily mean that his hand is totally healed.
Of
He
course.
still needs some time to work that out, as we saw from Taylor Briner earlier on in the season. It's not going to be 100% right away.
Scarier when the cast comes off because you feel
Sure.
unprotected a little bit for a little bit, and you know it's a little tender still.
Without a doubt.
Good screwball by Max there. That was filthy with the late break there.
Justin Hicks leading off here for the Sandvipers, game number 3, the rubber match. Screwball again, misses low and inside.
The Bombers do close the season with the Lightning, so they'll have a chance to maybe, if they need that sweep at the end against a Lightning team that's really struggling right now.
Looks like Fernandez went back to that screwball, but really lost the handle. slider got tipped and back in to the backstop. He definitely got a piece of that. Full count.
Full.
As Chad is full of hot cocoa here as game number 3 of a 3-game series.
Dirty pitch right there. Inside bottom bar on the number. 10 the hard way. And Max has first out of the inning. A very tough Hicks batter.
Justin Hicks will strike out looking. And that'll bring in Adam Tannick. And it's backwards ball cap Adam Tannick here in game number 3. Screwball misses away for ball 1.
Wiffle points still open, guys. Get your wiffle points in. There's no reason to hold them back anymore. Season coming down. Try and build those up. Bombers about plus 140 right now.
Outside pipe, 52 miles per hour. 1-2 to Tannick. Max will go down, throw a riser 55 miles per hour into the pan, and get Tannick looking.
Well, I can assure you that Hicks and Tannick have never opened 2 games in one night with back-to-back strikeouts. That's the second time tonight that Alex did it in game 1, and now Max in game 3.
We saw Mateo throw a similar pitch. The brothers surely working on that together. Kind of a almost submarine action. No, pure sidearm action on that pitch. But it cuts back in and rises up. Usually trying to get the batter to swing and miss at that pitch, but he threw that one for a strike. Estevano is 2-2 here.
Should be more wiffle points bet here, guys. Why such a low volume here? We got 550 viewers. Let's get those wiffle points in. Lines a pick 'em here. Game number 3.
What's your prediction for this game, Chad?
I got Vipers.
Tavano laser beam past Alex Fernandez at shortstop. That ball moved back and forth. I think it was a knuckle off the bat.
I think it touched his neck on the way by. It went like over his shoulder. He tried to lean his head over to the left a little to knock it down, but it just kind of snuck through. That ball was smashed.
Oh, yeah.
These plays at shortstop are not easy.
Yeah, 80 mile per hour exit velocity. Half the distance.
Curving, slicing, rising.
Yep. Yeah. On a ball hit that hard, if you attempt to make a play on it clean. Oh, it's Kenny McDowell. It's going to get off the schneid.
Oh, he knocked it over the fence, Greg.
It's off the hands of Mateo in left field, and it goes over the container. A 2-run shot for McDowell.
It was going to be a triple for sure, and he gave it the little tip and the little extra height that it needed, and it's over the fence, and Kenny McDowell had a tough night at the plate tonight, but he finds himself a big 2-run home run here in the first inning of that rubber match. And I got the ball.
McDowell gets off the schneid. He went 0 in game number 2, but his first at-bat here in game number 3 will be a 2-run shot to put the Sandvipers ahead. And it looks like we completed 2 levels of that hype train, kind of stalled out on that tracks, but we did get all of the level 2 emotes. Those are all available now for our chat.
I think the wiffle points just closed out. About a minus 148 line, I'm going to call it, on the Vipers this game. Good pitch
52
there.
outside pipe.
Nothing Tom can do with that. He just has to take it and tip his cap and hope to get something he can handle here. And he handles
Into
that.
center field, Alex Fernandez positioned perfectly. One of 3 outfielders on the play. We'll bring it in for out number 3.
Oh, I love Alex in the outfield, man. He moves so fast and so quick, and he's not afraid to completely put his body on the line to make a play. He's got good rhythm out there, really smooth making those plays. He makes them look easy.
Game number 3 between the Bombers and the Sandvipers heads to the second inning.
Yeah, plus 145, final line. So if you bet the Sandvipers, you're laying minus 145. So if you bet 1,500 points on the Sandvipers, you'll get back 1,000 if you win. Vice versa on the Bombers. You bet 1,000 on the Bombers, you'll get back about 1,450 on your win.
Yep. The amount of wiffle points will determine the return.
Yep, no juice. We don't steal any points there. All points are returned to the users. And if you just look down at the little left bottom corner of your screen, you can every about 15 minutes, you can claim 60 Wiffle points.
If you're subscribed.
Nope, 60 if you're not subscribed, 72 if you're subscribed, I believe it is. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure you get a bonus 20% for being subscribed, but you automatically, no matter who you are, can collect 60 Wiffle points every 15 minutes. Again, I could be wrong.
Hollis Hale is going to hit this one right at Michael Dean. He's going to bat it down. Got to chase after it. And he gets it in under 5 seconds. Didn't panic. That ball got to him in a hurry. He had time to scramble, get after it, and put it into the backstop for the out. And that'll be out number 1.
Oh, you don't, Chris? You don't get points if you're not subscribed? You get no points if you're not subscribed? Is that right?
I don't believe that's true.
Well, I'm wrong about wiffle points.
Got 60 just now, and I'm subbed. Yeah. 50 if you're not
all right.
subbed.
Oh, I'm not far off then. Oh, that's the 20% then. It's 50, and then if you're subscribed, you get 60.
The math checks out.
All right, so I wasn't far off. You guys can call me as wrong as you'd like. You get 12 also.
55 down the middle. A knuckleball from Kenny McDowell will sit down Big Al looking.
Sometimes it says on my screen plus 12 on the bottom corner when I don't do anything. So what are those wiffle points for?
Maybe those are special Chad points. As Alex Fernandez will step in with 2 outs. He'll look at a slider.
Thank you,
foul
Hito.
it down into the turf.
Appreciate that, Hito. I'm starting to like you. I'm going to make you the trench user of the night. And you're the winner of tonight's chat.
Yeah, the plus
Hito.
12 for engaging in the chat.
Hito, 1220. He is the winner of the chat tonight. Get him a wiffle ball or something.
Do love the community we have built here at PLW. Streaming 5 nights a week throughout season number 4. 6 o'clock Pacific time. 9 o'clock for, it looks like, the majority of our viewers based on that poll we ran earlier.
Yeah, that's great to have all those East Coast viewers.
I think we got a lot of our viewers watching in bed. As Alex Fernandez will draw a walk. He'll trot down to first base.
That's his second, right? Yeah, it is. So, all right, now they got 5 innings to piece together. Oh, here comes Burley, middle reliever. Burley been looking for his chance tonight. He's been okay this season. He was a Vader, and didn't work out for him there. They traded him over the Vipers about 4 weeks ago, and he's gotten...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, because I'm looking at Jonathan, and he's turned away from the field. His elbows are up on the railing. He's talking with some guys on the other team. I know Jonathan.
Do we have to move him out of the 17 spot down back into the 20s?
I might just hand over the controller to like Logan, and he can.
Is this
you can control him from anywhere.
Is this suspension
It's remote
material?
control.
Are we talking a Wilson suspension here?
I don't know. I think a strongly worded warning might be.
A formal warning or a strongly worded warning?
Maybe I'll just write him a handwritten letter and deliver it to him in a sealed envelope.
Well, I think you're biased here. I think this is suspension worthy, but you as a snapper don't want to admit that Jonathan should be, sent to the sportsmanship board right now for his behavior.
There he is having a little chat, having a good old time over there.
With O'Day and Runnels, a couple of Cajuns. You see Sashi Boba still there with his head down.
Yeah.
Nice head of hair you got there, Sash.
You know, Sashi, how old, if you had to guess, how old would you think Sashi is?
I'm going to say he's 29.
Sashi's 40 years old.
What? Where does he get all that hair? I'm 42 and I don't have any hair.
Yeah. Kirby, abandoned at the pitching mound. We're going to have a talk. Scotty Burley comes in with a 6.25 ERA. As the first pitch is going to be in on the hands of Mateo, and he's going to put it into center field.
No, not even close.
First and third for the Bombers as Max Fernandez will step in.
Well, this time I'm going to go ahead and disagree with the right side call as that ball landed behind second base. If we act where it crossed the infield, it might have been the right side. Ground ball, it's where it crosses second base. A fly ball, it's where it lands.
The Sandvipers have a challenge flag available to them if they wish to challenge that play. They did not. The call on the field will stand as called. Scotty Burley, win-loss record of 3-4. He's had 32 innings pitched, given up 48 hits, 35 runs, 33 earned. He's issued 10 walks and struck out 21. He's going to go sidearm, throw a little bit of a dropper. Max holds up. It's a full count.
Close, close. That was more of a check swing than I think we realize. Good
Foul
cut
one
there.
back. Good battle here between Max Fernandez and Scott Burley.
Max don't get cheated up there, Greg. He takes some serious cuts.
Burley come over the top, and he'll miss. Max Fernandez will squeak out a walk. Runners on first and second. 2 outs.
And a very dangerous Trevor Bauer. Already, I believe, 3 home runs in game 1.
Bases loaded, excuse me.
Yeah, bases loaded. Bauer 3 home runs in game 1, including a big one late in the game. Game 2, he was pretty quiet, I believe, and now he's back. What did he do in his first plate
Hit
appearance?
into
in
that
this
double
game?
play.
Oh,
Inning
that's
ending
right.
double play.
Yep.
Check his swing and hold off. First pitch high.
This is a good matchup for Bauer because Burley doesn't live low. Trevor struggles a little low, and Burley likes to try and throw it outside where Bauer can handle it.
Do you want to make a prediction, Chad?
Yeah, he's going to double.
That's low. 2-1.
Grand slam pending, I see here.
Cue up your Grand Slam emote.
I'm going to call it a hard double.
Inside. 3-1. Doesn't want to walk in a run.
No, they don't really have any pitching here. This is trouble for the Vipers right now.
Right down the middle, 55 miles per hour. Burley dangerously close to walking him by exceeding the speed limit, but it's a full count.
3-2 still a hitter's count here as Burley has to come to him.
Swing and a miss.
Wow.
Power strikes out. The Bombers will leave the bases loaded, unable to get anything after all those walks.
That is big stuff from Scotty Burley right there. That game could have got out of hand in a hurry, but Burley able to throw 2 straight strikes on 3 and 1 and keep the Bombers off the board here.
Wow.
Huge stuff.
Little bit of a conversation over there at third base between Trevor Bauer and Mateo Fernandez, maybe talking a little bit about the way that wiffle ball moves. They haven't seen a whole lot of Scotty Burley. He's had limited appearances, only 32 innings pitched between both the Vaders and his new club here, the Sandvipers, after the trade. There are 510 viewers tuned in to Twitch right now. I want to direct my attention to those of you who are watching on TikTok. You've got a single fisheye lens view from a cell phone looking out from behind home plate. If you want to get some closer looks, see the emotion on the faces of the players, multiple camera angles, live commentary, bet and redeem wiffle points, make your way over to twitch.tv/Premier Wiffle. You can see a look into our control room as Dennis O'Brien and Jesse Capps man the controls down there tonight, part of our stream team. Everybody from TikTok, make your way over to Twitch and let us know in the chat when you do. Here in the bottom of the second, Max Fernandez back up on the hill. A.J. Petrovsky will lead off.
All right, big shutdown inning here. The Bombers can't let this game get out of hand at all. This is the biggest game of their season right now. They came in at 20-22. If they can win this, they'll go 22-23, exactly what happened last night. With the Cajuns being able to take the ones 4 out of 6, they went to 22-23 and kept themselves alive for that 5 seed. And now the Bombers have to do the exact same thing, otherwise they're going to fall behind. And there's only 9 games to go. They don't really have much time to catch up.
Very tight there in the middle of the pack. A.J. Petrovsky will look at that one, Tink, inside corner. He'll walk back to the dugout.
Same thing. Remember, we talked about this in game 1, Greg. I said that Tanek needs to have a little of adjustment for A.J. and back him away from the plate a little bit. And once again, Max sees where he's at, goes with that inside slider, and finds the inside bar. He's been very effective at that.
Justin Hicks will step in and look at ball 1. Justin Hicks, second in the league in 3 different offensive categories. RBIs, OPS, and hits. Excuse me, Hicks third in the league in OPS, as he'll swing and miss at that.
Behind Dodos and Chen.
Ryan Chen,
Yeah,
yes.
makes sense. Chen had a tough night at the plate last night, kind of. I don't think he had a very big night.
The ones did drop 2 of 3 to the Cajuns in last night's contest. A little bit of a decision after the game. Ryan Chen taking over the managerial role for the ones. Scottez Dobbins, the owner, has stepped down as manager. He still owns the club and has passed the reins to Ryan Chen.
Well, remember when the ones came into the league, Chen was the owner, Chen was the manager, and it wasn't working out for him. He's kind of a hands-off kind of guy. Chen, to a small degree, he's a quiet guy. Just wants to have fun with his boys out there. So
he wasn't quiet after the series last night, Chad. I can tell you that.
Oh, okay.
There was a lively discussion in the gazebo at the end of the first baseline after last night's series.
Oh, okay.
Top pipe, 51 miles per hour. Tanek knew it when he let it go by. He'll get caught looking. Max Fernandez will strike out the side.
Well, what I was surprised about in last night's series is that Chen didn't take the ball and go to the mound a lot earlier than he did. I was unsure of why he wasn't out there pitching. Couts was struggling.
Well, perhaps that's part of the conversation that took place after the series.
It might be, and Dobbins ended up taking over as the owner at about halfway through season 1, and he started managing, and the ones were really good, and everything was smooth, but now all of a sudden, everybody else is really good too.
A little trouble in one's land.
Yeah, they're all right. They're all right. They got a great group of guys over there. They played hard last night. The Cajuns just outplayed them. Yep. There's no way around it, and that's going to happen out here.
They're certainly not in any trouble in the standings. They still stand in second place, 28 wins, 17 losses, 1.5 games back of the first place Vaders.
So the Vaders need to just take 1 game to hold a tie for first, and
Correct.
If they take 2 games, they'll be 1 up, and if they can sweep, they'll be 2 up. And 2 up is a pretty big lead with 9 to play. Doesn't sound like it, but it is, because when teams...
Hollis Hale, deep, center field. It's back, and it's gone. Dustin Flenti trying to time his jump, but that's over his hands. A solo shot for Hollis Hale, and the Bombers break the shutout.
Hollis Hale's 3rd home run of the night, is 12th on the season, and he has, I said earlier, is heating up as this weather warms up. Bombers cut that lead in half, 2-1 Vipers here in this rubber match, top 3.
One of the often heard utterances on Hideaway Field during Winter League was, "That's a summer homer." And I think that's what we just saw there from Hollis Hale. That ball is probably going to stay in and be a can of corn in center field in cold conditions, but here in hot conditions, it just stays up in the air, gets out into those palm trees in center field. Big Al did strike out there for out number 1. That'll bring up Alex Fernandez. He'll swing at a screwball and foul it back.
You know, I'm going to say that this is Scott Burley's biggest spot on the mound in his PLW career. This is a 2-1 game in the 3rd right now. He's in line for this win because the starter has to get 9 outs to earn it, and he walked out earlier, so Burley's just stepped into a spot where he's sitting in line for this win. And you know Adams got 3 innings left, and Gannon's got 1 inning left, so we'll see how Tanek goes about that. Right now, Tanek and Gannon could finish this game with 4 innings remaining, but they're letting Burley continue.
Burley, a lot of experience in the minor leagues, and he could get away with a lot more there. He had only 1 or 2 pitches, and he was very effective in the minor leagues. Since coming to the PLW, he's had to add more pitches to his repertoire. So Alex Fernandez rolls over that one to Mark Tavano, who makes the play for the 2nd out.
Yeah, Burley was a Taco League expert here. He was one of the better pitchers there, and found himself on the Vaders, kind of out of favor with Vaders management. He really didn't get many opportunities with the Vaders. They moved him to the Vipers for, I believe it was just cash. I can't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure it was cash. And now he's a staple in this Vipers bullpen. They only have 3 pitchers, the Vipers, and he's definitely their number 4.
I think there were 2 pieces moved for Burley.
All right. Did anybody have to visit anybody's turtles for Burley?
No.
No.
That was not a stipulation in the trade.
All right.
As Mateo Fernandez looks at the 2-1 pitch.
Wow!
That's gone. Solo shot for Mateo Fernandez. Going to tie this game up.
Wow, Mateo Fernandez is an absolute monster as this kid heats up, this Bombers team heats up, and they go with Mateo and Max. And Mateo this season has been a stud. His 26th or 7th of the season. Does that give him the lead right there? Is that his third on the night? He came in with 24, Chen at 26. I think that's his third on the night.
Yep.
27, and Mateo takes the PLW season lead in home runs with 9 games to play. What a battle that's going to be going down the stretch. But Burley needs to calm down here. There's 2 outs. It's okay. 2-2 game. Max just as dangerous. Ball 1 to Max. He's going to be looking to drive this ball just as far. Hot.
2-1.
Can you guys close that that game, the betting there, please? Thank you.
3-1 to Fernandez. Or is it 2-1?
I think it's 3-1.
I believe it's 3-1.
Yeah. Look out here, Burley. Don't hang it. Good
56. That's a ball. Burley will exit the field.
It's got to be Tanek. He's got 3 left. He can throw the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. And then he's got Gannon to throw the 6th. The Vipers down to one exact scenario here. They need this to play out how they need to, or this game is going to be all Bombers. They have no... I mean, Hicks can throw the ball, man, but they are so hesitant to put him on the mound. He's really not throwing pitches. He's just throwing kind of straight balls, trying to get strikes, having trouble keeping it under the speed limit.
I'm making an executive decision.
Okay.
It's a final. I'm rescinding Jonathan Wilson's KDL.
I like it.
You heard it live on stream. If we need to cite particular reasons, we'll call it neglect. We'll call it lack of situational awareness.
Recklessness.
Reckless driving. See Tom Gannon out there scolding Kirby in left field. Kirby was late again to the mound.
Do you think we should eject Wilson?
He was not loaded, and now he runs over the pylon.
Oh, man. I think we should toss Wilson out of here. I'll let you take over by yourself in the booth. I'll go down and take over third base for the rest of the night.
Oh, well, we'll see about that.
Can we get Logan to throw Wilson out of here, or I don't know, maybe not. Here's Tanek on the hill. Guy on first, 2 outs. Bauer up.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, Bauer's got to be patient with Tanek. Tanek is not comfortable facing Bauer necessarily, and he knows he chases, so it's just going to be ball, ball, ball.
Outside, opposite way. Will it get out? No, but it will drop into the outfield.
Clean
Kyle
double.
Lohman, first base umpire, is calling it a clean double. Bounced definitely into the outfield grass and then hit the back wall. There's a little bit of discussion about it, as Max Fernandez is going to come home on the play, scoring all the way from first, if indeed this clean double ruling stands. There's a little bit of a discussion right now as the umpire is explaining it to 3 of the Sandvipers players what's going on. You can see in the top right-hand corner. Hard to see from our Skycam deck.
I'm pretty sure Kyle Lohman has that call right. That ball did get a little piece of the wall. That's a mesh fence on that wall down there, so you don't really see the contact with the wall. It just kind of glides off the mesh and just... You can't tell if it connects with it or not, but that ball is still moving forward. It looks like
there's a challenge happening.
I don't think there is a challenge. I think that head umpires have agreed to go take a peek at this on their own volition and not charging the Vipers a challenge.
Well, they'll go down to the dungeon and take a look.
Load that dungeon cam up. There we go. Yeah. Can we get the 4 angles up? Let's get all 4 cams
three.
up.
It's 3
all
angles.
Right. 3's good. I like 4.
We don't need to see our faces. Our faces are not important.
Oh, all right. That's the 4th angle?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
You don't need to see you and I.
No, not at all.
In our ugly mugs during this replay challenge.
Super ugly.
Kyle Lohman down there in the dungeon, taking a look. You can see it change directions after it hits the ivy in the back wall.
Yeah, but that spin, it could be, too. It's not necessarily.
Could be.
It could be, because that ball was spinning like mad.
But I certainly don't see any evidence from that video to overturn the ruling.
Yep, good job by the umpires getting together, not charging the Vipers a challenge, I don't think, there, and just on their own volition saying, let's make sure we get this right.
Adam Danek is going to express his displeasure with the call by throwing 181 behind the back of Hollis Hale.
Tanek has no good view on that from the mound. You really can't tell what's going on from that far away, and that ball's spinning like it is.
Hale looks at a pitch inside, ball number 2. going to shoot it into right field. That's going to go off the scoreboard. A 2-run shot from Hollis Hale will put the Bombers ahead 5-2. Boppo for Hollis Hale as he comes home and explodes that bomb with his teammate. And Chad, the Bombers are getting to Tannic.
They are, and they started to pick it up against him late in last game, and I don't think he wanted to put himself back out here so soon. He was hoping Burley could get him some outs, but didn't come to fruition, and now Tannic finds himself back out there. This is still a good game, though. The Vipers have 4 innings left to hit. It's only 5-2.
Bring up Big Al with 2 outs. 12-6 going to be smashed down the third baseline, but it's foul. Outside of that foul pylon, we set up that pylon in foul territory, exactly 1 wiffle ball length from third base. If it hits that pylon, it is also a foul ball. That's why we call it the foul pylon. Really helps us with getting those fair foul calls. Big Al shoots one into left. Tom Gannon is going to get after that one. Hung up just enough for him to clamp down on it for the third and final out, but not before a 2-run blast by Hollis Hale. Following a double by Trevor Bauer. Puts up a 3-spot for the Bombers, and they're ahead 5-2 as we move into the bottom of the third. Greg Kelly alongside Chad Phillips here in game number 3 of a 3-game series between the Bombers and the Sandvipers. Of course, the Bombers took game number 1 in comeback fashion. Vipers struck back in game number 2.
Hung on for dear life.
Yeah,
in
hung
game
on
number 2.
And got the victory 8-5. They jumped out to a 2-0 lead here in game number 3, but the Bombers have answered back, and it is 5-2 here in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, pitching troubles for the Vipers right now. Their depth is coming into play. They are out of innings. McDowell has walked out of this one. Tannic has 2 innings left. Gannon has 1 inning left, so we'll see how they try and piece that together over the last few innings. They're down only by 3 here, totally capable of tying this up in a hurry. We'll see what happens. Don't go anywhere. If you're on TikTok, come over to Twitch right now because you're going to catch a great end of a game tonight, and you're going to be hooked for life.
Yep, link is right there on the field. Just follow that link to Twitch. Let us know when you get here. Mark Tavano will step in and lead off in the bottom of the third. Look at ball 1 outside. Swing and a miss. 1-2 to Tavano. Screwball inside. We'll even the count. Popped up. That'll bounce fair. Max Fernandez will field in fair territory. He'll do a little 360. Delivered in the backstop for the first out. So with 1 out, that'll bring up Kenny McDowell. McDowell had a 2-run shot back in the bottom of the first. Opened up the scoring for the Vipers as he looks at ball 1 inside. Here we go. 12-6, Tink outside pipe, 53 miles per hour. Max stepping laterally off the pitching rubber to come across the hands of McDowell. It's going to go back to a screwball and miss low. Even the count 2-2. Swing and a miss from McDowell.
Great pitch moving away from him there. It tinked. I didn't see the speed on it. I'm guessing it was hot. 57, it looks like. McDowell can't lay off, and the Vipers are pressing a little bit here as Gannon comes up with 2 outs and nobody on. Max struggled a little bit in game 1. No, is it game 2? I can't remember. Max struggled before when he pitched, but he's looking like he's dialing in here. A lot more confidence with this 5-2 lead as well. It helps.
Oh, sure. Slowly pitching with the lead. Tom Gannon steps into the 5-hole. Look at a top-to-bottom curveball. He's going to shoot this one into right field, but Alex Fernandez A range over from center to pull it in.
I don't remember too many 1, 2, 3 innings tonight for the Bombers in the field, but there's one right there. 1, 2, 3. Max settling in. We're halfway through this game, and the Bombers find themselves very unlikely spot to win this series right now.
And they're fired up. A lot of energy in the Bombers' dugout right now. They know that the Sandvipers are in pitching trouble as they get towards the end of the allowable innings for the core of that Sandvipers rotation.
Yeah, one more walkout here is going to bring Justin Hicks to the mound. If either Gannon or Tanek can't take care of business, that right now the Vipers can get through these last 3 innings. 2 for Tanek, 1 for Gannon. That's what they have left. So they're okay still. But one mistake here will result in either Hicks or Tavano having to come to the mound. Burley already walked out of this one. McDowell already walked out of this one.
Tanek is going to be looking to throw strikes, try to get contact on the ball, let his very good infield do the rest. But that one escapes all the infielders. This goes right past Tanek's head and into center field. Alex Fernandez aboard with a leadoff single.
Oh, this is a tough task for Tanek. They've seen him several times right now, and I'm not sure he has anything else to show them that he hasn't already. And the Bombers are really locked in and feeling good about themselves right now.
Mateo Fernandez steps in with 1 on, no outs.
Mateo leads the league in home runs as he's had 3 tonight, which gives him 27 on the season, and he is 1 ahead of Ryan Chen for the league lead. Look out there, Greg.
He just missed hitting number 28.
Yeah. Looking to bounce this one. Nope, good pitch.
Holds
Tanek.
off, lets the gas go by. And will even the count 2-2.
All teams are from Las Vegas, but several players are from out of state. A handful of players come in. Managers help that out.
And a walk.
That's a big walk. Tanek has to throw this inning and the next inning, or otherwise they're going to be out of pitching. And that's 1 out of 2. One more walk from Tanek, and you're going to see a really tough decision, because if they actually go to Tom this inning to get out of a jam...
Pop up, center field. Tavano, back from second base, makes a one-handed grab. Chad, he made that look a lot easier than it was.
He's done that a couple times this season, Greg, where he's just stuck an arm out and it just sticks in there. He's really coming along out there on defense. A little shaky to start the season, as most rookies are, but he's really finding his own as this Vipers every inning second baseman.
He's got some big paws.
Yeah, here's Bauer talking about some big paws.
Trevor Bauer looks at the first pitch outside.
I mean, Greg, if he walks him right here, all of a sudden he's done. The bases are loaded. There's 2 outs. Do they go to Gannon to get the final out because he has 1 inning left, and then all of a sudden the 5th and 6th are up in the air? Or does
Inside.
Or does he go to somebody like Hicks to try and get the 3rd out so at least Tom can throw the 5th? It's really tough strategic situation for Tanek about to take place right here. As I don't think he wants any part of Bauer, as he's
3-1.
shown a couple times tonight. This is ball 4 guaranteed right here,
Green
Greg.
light? No. Bauer will walk to first base. That will load the bases, and that will walk out Adam Tanek.
That is a complete disaster right here, as I alluded to. And Tom has 1 inning left, and they're going to use it here with 1 out and them loaded to try and keep this game in range.
Tanek doesn't need any warm-up pitches anyway. He's going to motion to Kirby Bucket to stay over there.
Yeah, good choice anyways with Wilson on the commands. Let's not even use him.
1 out. Bases are loaded. Tom Gannon comes into this game after Adam Tanek has walked out.
So the infielders have to hit that middle panel, and that's a force out at the plate. Middle panel or strike zone on a first play.
Hollis Hale showing a little bit of a snapback motion. I think he's been watching some high-level pattern videos on YouTube.
Oh, this is a disaster, Greg. This game is falling apart right in front of the Vipers' eyes right now. Big pitch here, 3-1. Oh, man. Did that hit
Hale
foam?
goes up and after the high one.
Hit the foam, I think. It would have been ball 4. I'm not 100% on that. Big 3-2 pitch from Gannon to Hale.
Hale goes up after ball 4 again. Spoils it. I guess you can't spoil a ball, but count remains 3-2. He's going to step out.
Steps off, resets. This is a monster 3-2 pitch right here.
It's quiet. Comebacker off Gannon's hands.
Middle panel. Out at
And
home.
he hits middle panel, so out at home. Nope, it's a force out. There's going to be a little bit of confusion here. It's a force out at home. Yep.
You're on first, Hollis.
The center panel is like the catcher standing up, standing on home plate, so you don't have to hit that strike zone. You hit the strike zone if there's a tag play at home, but a force-out play at home with the bases loaded there, they just have to hit the center panel, so they do indeed retire the lead runner, and the score stays the same.
We changed that rule before this season. There just wasn't enough force outs at the plate. In Major League Baseball, there are plenty of force outs at the plate when they're loaded, and we had almost none because of how difficult it was. And opening up that middle panel, Tom had a choice to go for a third to second double play to get out of the inning, but he chose to get the out of the plate and go after Big Al.
Big Al's going to shoot that one over the right side, kind of off his fist. Tavano will handle it easily in the air for the third and final out. And once again, the Bombers have stranded 3.
So now the Vipers have no McDowell, no Burley, no Gannon, no Tanek. All 4 are not eligible to pitch anymore in this game.
So it's going to be Hicks.
It's going to be Hicks or Tavano. I've seen him go to Tavano.
Tavano has 4 innings, I believe.
And Hicks has 3, right?
Yeah, I don't even have Hicks on my list, but I'll look him up right here. He does have some pitching experience here with the Sandvipers. Let's go ahead and pull up Justin Hicks' pitching stats. He's got a win-loss record of 0-2. His ERA is 8.47. He's pitched 11 innings.
Okay.
He's given up 20 hits, 16 runs, all earned. He's walked 13 and struck out 16.
Yeah,
Given up 2 bombs.
Not very effective. Not effective at all. When you make my pitching numbers look good, you're not doing it right.
A.J. Petrovsky will lead off for the Sandvipers here in the bottom of the 4th. They currently trail by 3 runs in this third and final game of the evening.
Looks like the Bombers are still questioning that force out at the plate, but an easy call for umpire Kyle Lohman, and they got it all right. Hollis unaware of the rules.
Yep.
Carrasco nodding at him.
Education now.
Yep. We got A.J. Petrovsky up here in the 6 hole to lead it off for the Vipers. Need a guy on base now. Max going back to that slider, trying to hit that inside bar. It's how he's attacked A.J. all night. A.J.'s got to make an adjustment. He's got to get off that plate a little bit.
He's going to put that one into center field. Johnny Yepez races in from the back wall to bring it in for the first out. Good fielding by Yepez.
Yeah, we haven't seen Lonell back out in the outfield since mid-game 1 when he had a tough time with a fly ball. They've gone with Yepez. He's looked good out there.
Tough time with 2 fly balls.
Yep. No, one was a double that he didn't stop,
Correct,
and then one was the fly ball on the next batter. But yeah, a couple plays in a row he looked a little shaky on, and Johnny has been put out there.
Max Fernandez going to step sideways, gas up, miss low, ball 1.
He had a great pitch on the first pitch to get to 0-2.
Swing and a miss. Justin Hicks will strike out. That is his 3rd strikeout in a row.
He's having a hard time with Max tonight. Max is really dealing to him, and he hasn't missed anywhere near the middle of the plate.
Yeah, matchup-oriented league here in the PLW. Hicks has trouble with Max. As we look at Adam Tanek step in, he's also struck out his last 2 at-bats. Last one looking. 12-6, rolled over but foul. 1-2 to Tanek. Tanek will tip that one back into the strike zone. If you do that on a 2-strike count, first one's free, second one's an out. Down into the turf, 2-2.
Tanek's eye has been really growing the last month here.
Screwball away.
Does not swing at many bad pitches at all. He really washes that ball in. Tough strikeout to get. Let's see what Max does on 3-2 here. Doesn't want to really walk him with the 3-run lead. But he does.
He does walk him. Adam Tanek will reach first base. First walk issued by Max. Max been very effective so far. 7 strikeouts coming into that at-bat. Bring up Mark Tavano. Grounded out his last at-bat. Had a double in the first.
TikTok, you still got a couple of innings to get over to Twitch and check out this production. We'll be on Monday through Friday all week long, 6 p.m. Get over to Twitch, Premier League WIFFLE.
Tavano will hold up. 3-1. And that's it for Max Fernandez. 2 walks in a row will end his pitching outing here in game number 3. And we'll bring Alex Fernandez up to the mound. Kirby Bucket ready to deliver a few warm-up balls to Alex. It'll be first and second, 2 outs as Kirby makes his appearance. If you haven't already, check out Kirby's Instagram. ! Kirby. In the chat, we'll give you the link. And as we alluded to, there are going to be some additions and changes to Kirby next week. Special alternative chassis is being retrofitted. I think we also need to get Kirby out on the town here in Las Vegas. We brought him out during the daytime once downtown, Chad.
Yep.
I think he deserves a trip to the Strip at night. I know we've got a lot of poker players here in PLW, the World Series of Poker coming into town here, getting ready to start here at the end of May. Perhaps Kirby will accommodate a few in their adventures, as Johnny Yepes turns him upside down. And Mateo Fernandez knows that is not the way to treat Kirby. And he instantly turns him around, sends him back over to Alex so they can send those balls back.
I did hear Kirby mention something last week about wanting to see the Bellagio water fountain show. Maybe that's where we'll go with him.
Yep.
He can
Many places he can sit.
Yeah, he can sit right there, watch the show.
What if we could set up an Evel Knievel jump for Kirby over the fountains? It's a long jump.
Bigger bucket, easy there, K. Cribs. I don't think we need a bigger bucket.
Whoa.
Gosh.
Come on, Alex, come on, babe.
Kenny McDowell will step in and swing at the first pitch and foul it back into the zone. So 2.
Cool. Know what you're going with the ball.
Runners on first and second, 2 outs, 0-2 to McDowell. Sandvipers trail by 3 here in the bottom of the 4th. He's going to shoot that off the hands of Hollis. Hollis going to go over to third base. They'll get the force out. Third base umpire involved, tangled up in that play a little bit.
Umpire's part of the play, Greg, out there. There's nothing he can do.
He sure is.
He's just a part of that play.
Did a good job just staying still after that ball caromed off his knee into the fence. Still available for the force out play. And they did so in under 5 seconds.
It is Tavano.
To end the inning.
It is Tavano and not Hicks, as I kind of suspected. Tanek has not shown much confidence in Hicks on the mound. And you got to remember one other thing. Hicks is the best shortstop in this league, arguably the best shortstop in this league. So when you put him on the mound, now you leave a big hole at shortstop, and that's a big deal. So they're going to go with Tavano, trying to develop him into something. Again, the Sandvipers really thin on pitching. Scott Burley is their 4, and they don't really have anything else after that. So we'll see what happens here with Tavano in a pretty close game here. Vipers certainly in this still. They're going to need some outs from Tavano, and they can jump back in here still.
I don't usually say these sorts of things. I usually more leave it to you to deal in these absolutes, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. Jonathan Wilson is the worst Kirby driver in the league, and we're going to have a chat about his recklessness.
Yeah, I agree. I moved him from 20 to 17 as a Kirby driver skill level, and now he's in the 30s now. He's
had a lot of experience. He's had time to gain some proficiency.
Look, he's taunting the players right now.
Doesn't appear
he's taunting them.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't mind that. That's allowed.
All right.
He's definitely got him.
He's chasing the commissioner down right now.
He's got him in normal mode.
He's chasing him down.
And normal mode, you should know, is high-speed mode. And that does take advanced skills to operate. And it looks like he's starting to get kind of proficient with normal mode, but he's tipped him over a few times, done a few endos. Back to the game. Alex Fernandez steps in. Mark Tavano is pitching for the Sandvipers tonight. Tavano has 4 innings under his belt. And with so few innings, you know that He's usually not going to be in there unless the Vipers are in big trouble. Fouled into the zone.
Remember, McDowell, Tanek, and Burley have all walked out of this game, and Tom Gannon has inningsed. Thrown all 9 of his innings tonight, so he's done as well. They're on their 5th pitcher, and they have...
That is the first time in my life I've heard the word inning used as a verb. Shot into center field. Tom Gannon claps his hands twice just to guarantee that the play is made.
Gannon in center. Have I ever seen Gannon in center? I believe I've seen him in left for 500 innings, and he's in center right now for the first time I can remember.
Yep.
Tanek mixing it up a little bit, likes McDowell in left. Tom's dropped a couple balls tonight. I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
That's AJ in left.
Oh, it's AJ in left because AJ can't play center for certain. Okay, that makes more sense. Surprised they don't have McDowell in. Oh, I guess I like how Tanek has it set. That's Gannon's certainly capable of playing center.
Early report before this series began as Mateo rolls over one, but it gets through the converging third baseman and shortstop. Hicks and Flenty over there looked like they kind of held up so that they didn't clang heads, and it got right past Hicks' right hand.
Little tentative effort from Hicks there. He definitely could have taken another step, but he was a little nervous where his third baseman was.
Big Al Max Fernandez looking to add on 2 with that swing. Gas up from Tavano, 68.
Beautiful pitch, but no chance for an offer from Max on that type of speed.
You're just not hunting for balls thrown that fast.
Yeah.
You'll get guys at 56, 57, sometimes even 58, but at that speed, you're almost never going to get a swing. Off the foot of Fernandez, called instantly by the umpire.
Rookies in this league can be abused a little with the speed. You can torture a rookie at 62, 63 sometimes if you set it up right. And
if they play fast pitch baseball.
Well, we have seen guys like Dalby go 68, 69, and then come back with 62, and it looks a lot slower than what they're thinking. So we've seen some setups that way as well.
Max will hold off on the pitch inside. That'll fill the count.
Will the Vipers come back? No way. Nope. Yes, sir.
Seems like the nose take it. Max Fernandez rips it. I think the hat of Dustin Flenty got hit right off his head.
Is that what happened there?
Did the ball knock his hat off?
85.
85 mile an hour exit velocity, as I will ask Chad to not break down the fourth wall and converse with players in the dugout.
Oh.
You got to pretend like there's a screen here.
Sorry about that.
Because when you're shouting at Big Al, everybody at home, their ears are blowing out. Especially, remember, all those guys on the East Coast are wearing earbuds. They're in bed. Their wife is probably going, "What are you listening to? Who's that guy screaming in your ears?" Or husband. Trevor Bauer swings and misses.
Way to stay politically correct there, Greg. Good work.
Well, I actually get to take a good look at the demographics of our viewer base, and we do have a female contingent. There's plenty of them in the chat right now.
Led by the Dragon Lady.
As Trevor Bauer will swing underneath that inside pitch and strike out. Route number 2.
I don't know. Trevor might not get a hot... Nah, he's already earned his hot meal tonight. He's had a big night. And we're not going to hold that strikeout against him. Tavano, 2 outs here. 1 big batter to deal with. Got to keep this game right where it's at if the Vipers want a chance to win.
If you haven't seen it already, there is a Dragon Lady emote available.
Wow. Really?
Yes.
Somebody show me what that looks like.
Looks like a little red dragon. Hollis trying to go opposite way. He had Napo Boppo earlier in the series. This one he fouls off the first base side.
Oops.
Behind the back.
Slipped. Moves
there it is. There's the emote.
Oh, nice.
Full count.
Big Al on deck, is that right?
That is correct. And that is ball number 4. That'll load up the bases. We've seen this situation several times throughout the evening here. Twice already in this game where the Bombers have 3 runners on with 2 outs.
I don't hate that walk. He had a base available. They're already down 3. Any more runs here is a disaster. Even though it was third base that was open, use it and go after Big Al here in the 6th spot. Can't get him out. This game's probably over.
Bases loaded. 2 outs. 1-1 to Big Al.
Good cut there by Al, but
Got in front of it.
a little bit. For something in the dirt here and hot.
Outside, definitely hot, 61 miles per hour.
Like something up now from Tavano. Something up gets a chase.
He'll go inside. Big Al holds off. Full count. Bases loaded. 2 outs.
Biggest pitch of Tavano's career.
Big Al's going to lift it into center field, but Tom Gannon claps his hands and brings it in. The Bombers once again leave 3 on. They still got the lead, though, but unable to extend. Long fly ball equals 0 runs for the Bombers as we move into the bottom of the 5th inning. Greg Kelly alongside Chad texting Phillips up here in the booth as you're watching game number 3 of a 3-game series between the Bombers and the Sandvipers. Sandvipers took game 1. Bombers
took game 1, 11-9.
Sandvipers came back in game number 2. And the Bombers hang on to this 5-2 lead here in game number 3 as we approach the end of the evening. Alex Fernandez will return to the mound for the Bombers with a 3-run lead.
Looking for a save here. 6 outs to get for Alex. He's been effective at times tonight. He struggled a little bit early in the night. The wind was blowing a lot heavier earlier in the night. The conditions have really settled in as 9 o'clock has rolled around here in Las Vegas. Welcome. We're live here at Hideaway Field in beautiful Las Vegas. And
is it summer? Did summer start?
It started like yesterday, right?
Yeah. Are we going to see it chill down again, or is it just it started a few weeks early?
Yeah, it started a few weeks early. Maybe it chills down. Let's go see what the weather.
It looks like it's only going to get hotter. I'm looking at 101 on Thursday.
Yeah, it looks
Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, it looks like it dips a little cooler this weekend, but it's going to be 100 all week.
To be in the hundreds in May is definitely an early summer. We usually enjoy very temperate, beautiful weather until, I would say, the first or second week of June before the hairdryer really kicks on. It looks like it came a little early here in 2022. 12-6 going to take the pipe, 53 miles per hour. 1-2 to Gannon. Down in the turf, will even the count 2-2. What are you playing, Centipede over there?
Yeah. Well, Greg, it is kind of late here.
Oh. Okay, not a panic. Hollis Hale, very vocal. Over there at third base, he was ready to make the play, but once he saw that Alex was going to make it himself, he looked up at the stopwatch, noted the time, let Alex know you don't need to rush it. Got time still. Good communication. Outside pitch, ball 1. Dustin Flente getting his first at-bat of the series. Coming on here as a pinch hitter in place of A.J. Petrovsky. A.J. had a home run early on in the series, but nothing to do it since. So they'll get Dustin a look here in his place. 12-6, another comebacker. Fernandez blocks it down with his chest, picks it up, throws it into the backstop for the second out of the inning.
The Bombers are 4 outs away from winning the most important game in their franchise history, I believe. The Bombers ended up sneaking a playoff spot last season based on a tiebreaker scenario that was questioned, but the Bombers did get into the playoffs. They were about 2 innings away from going to the championship game. The Vipers ended up knocking them out and starting a rally in the 5th inning of that game. And now the Bombers are here again trying to earn their way back into the playoffs with a late season flurry.
Yeah, they were 6 outs away from the playoffs, or from a championship game, actually.
Yep.
Hicks is going to go over the head of Max Fernandez. That'll hit the turf. That is a base hit for Hicks. Hicks finally getting off the schneid here in game number 3. His first hit of this game. Tanek is going to foul that one back into the strike zone. Either that or fouls it down in the turf. Either way, it's 0-2. That pitch barely misses lower right corner. 1-2. Checks his swing. Appeal to the third base umpire, Jonathan Wilson, instantly signaling no swing. Outside.
Wow, good take by Tanek. That's a tough pitch to take, Greg. Whew, close. Big pitch. Doesn't want to bring the tying run to the plate right now. Has to throw him a strike.
Outside, base on balls for Tanek. Hicks will go over to second, and the tying run will come to the plate in the form of Mark Tavano.
Go, baby. Shove him down right here.
Tavano walked in his last at-bat. Grounded out in the third. Double in the first. He'll swing and miss at the first pitch. Fall behind 0-2.
This is a veteran against a rookie still right here. Advantage goes to Alex, especially with that 0-2 count. Oh, that's a waste.
Oftentimes when he goes down into that formation, he has difficulty locating the pitch.
Too much there. He's got to keep it tighter. He just got out of his body a little bit there.
Down into the turf will even the count at 2-2. .12-6, shot past the outstretched hand of Hollis Hale. That'll score Hicks. And the Vipers do cut into this lead, 5-3. RBI single by Mark Tavano. I'll bring up Kenny McDowell. McDowell did have an early rough going, but he led off this game with a 2-run homer. He'll watch the first pitch in there, 52 miles per hour. Falls behind 0-2. This be a real good spot for McDowell to break out. Swings at the inside pitch and fouls it back, stays 0-2. McDowell will shoot that one, but it's right at Max Fernandez. All he has to do is toss it over to third baseman Hollis Hale for the force out. And the Bombers get out of the inning, but not before giving up 1 run. RBI single from Mark Tavano has cut into the lead, and it's 5-3 as we move into the top of the 6th inning. This is the final match of the evening. If you've been with us all night, you watched the Bombers win game number 1 in comeback fashion. Vipers struck back, winning game number 2, 8-5. And the Bombers are ahead here in game number 3. And 3 outs away from a series win. They'll look to add on some insurance here as the Sandvipers pitching rotation has become depleted. They're down to Mark Tavano and Justin Hicks. Allowable innings to pitch. Tavano has been serviceable thus far.
Get some runners, baby. 1 base at a time.
Alex Fernandez will lead off here, top 6. Pitch inside for ball 1. Alex will put this one into center field. Tom Gannon will catch up with this one. He's used to tracking the other direction as left field is normal position. This time he'll track from right center to center and retire Alex for the first out. Mateo Fernandez will step in with 1 away. He'll swing at the first pitch and miss, fall behind 0-2. Tavano, definitely good, repeatable mechanics. Not doing anything too fancy up there. Just trying to find location. Mixes up his speeds decently. as he goes hot there. We've seen him go up 63. Goes 58 there for a ball. It's going to go hot there as well, 57. Sometimes when he's looking for a strike, he has trouble keeping it under 55, Chad.
Yeah, well, Hicks has got a 2-2. Okay, that's wrong. It is only 2-2.
Yeah, 2-2. Shot into center field. It's going back, but Gannon at the wall makes the catch.
Gosh, Mateo hits everything so hard, Greg. He just never misses, it seems. And, you know, an hour and a half ago, that thing was over the fence for sure. But I feel like the wind is almost turned, and it's kind of a couple miles an hour into us right now. But that ball didn't carry, really.
2 outs for Max. He'll watch strike 1, which instantly turns into strike 2. Max is going to turn on it. It's high, but it's not deep enough. A.J. Petrovsky makes the play at the wall. The Bombers unable to add on any insurance runs, but they do carry a 5-3 lead into the bottom of the 6th. They're 3 outs away from a series win.
Who's going to the mound here? Back to Mr. Alex Fernandez, owner, manager of this team, the life of this Bombers team. Everybody looks up to him, man, and he's got 3 outs to get to give his Bombers the most important series of the season and to move them to 22 and 23 and keeping them alive for that 5 seed and the last playoff spot in PLW Season 4.
And he'll face the bottom of the order. Due up is Kenny McDowell, Tom Gannon, and Dustin Flenty.
Well, it sounds like he wants to get all 3 of them out because if anybody gets on base, it's going to be the feared Justin Hicks as the tying run. So Alex needs to make 3. Alex does have 1 walk already, so he does not want to walk any of these 3 batters. Got to attack. Got to attack quickly. 5-3 Bombers, bottom 6.
How about a dribbler? That might work.
12-6, swung on and missed. 0-2, Gannon. Holds off 1-2. I don't know if Alex has hit the strike zone when he's dropped into that sidearm motion. 12-6 way high, evens the count.
Got to attack now. He cannot go 3-2 here. He's got to come to Tom on this pitch.
Comes in, Tom turns on it off of Bauer's hand, and it gets into the infield. Gannon aboard with a leadoff single.
I think the Vipers are going to win this game, Greg. I think the Vipers are going to win this game.
You heard it. Apparently I was slightly wrong with my batting order here. It was Tom Gannon who was due up. Adam Tanek's going to have a little bit of a talk with Dustin Flenty here.
Here's the game played I was talking about earlier in the night. These 5 games played. Oh, it's Flenty, not. I'm thinking it's Jordan Keegan. Yeah, Flenty. Okay.
Yeah, it's Flenty.
Pinch hitting for who?
He pinch hit for A.J. Petrovsky in the 5th inning.
All right.
The second at bat of the game.
Not sure Dustin has a lot of power here. Alex needs to come right after him with the threats that are in the on-deck circle.
Comebacker.
Play ball. That's a disaster. Nope.
Force out at second base.
Another rushed throw, and you see what happens. It doesn't make the backstop. And here's Hicks and Tanek as the tying run. Hicks first.
Forced out at second base. Fielder's choice will get Dustin Flenty to first. 1 out, 1 on. Justin Hicks represents the tying run at the plate. He's going to pop it up into right field. Is it deep enough? It's way back, and it hits the scoreboard. This game is tied.
Yep, you could see this coming with Hicks and Tanek due up here. And that's Hicks's 3rd home run of the night, I think. Maybe only his 2nd. He's been a little slow go tonight, but he picks a good spot to tie this game up, and this series is incredible right now.
His 4th home run of the night.
Oh, okay. They add up quick, I guess.
Yeah, Justin Hicks had 2 home runs in game number 1, a solo shot in game 2, and a solo shot here in the top of the 6th, and none bigger to tie up this game.
Look out, look out.
Oof. Adam Tanek, a little bit of a late swing there.
I think he was trying to go oppo there. He chose to swing late, just trying to fist one over that container there. It's 0-2.
And just as I was saying that Fernandez doesn't seem to be able to locate a strike when he drops into that motion, he proves me wrong.
On 0-2 nonetheless. Very interesting pitch at 51, kind of down the middle there. But Tanek swings through it, maybe not expecting a strike like at that speed on 0-2. Here's Tavano. He can now walk it off. He's got at least 3 home runs tonight as well.
He's going to pop one right back into the broadcast booth. Fall behind 0-2.
Let's go 2-6 right, baby. Shut him down.
Tries to go to right field.
Good try.
Fouls it off. Home run would walk it off here for the Sandvipers. Damage already done. This game is tied. Bombers want to get into the 7th inning now. Swing and a miss from Tavano, and that's exactly what will happen. We'll have our second extra inning affair of the evening as we move into the top 7th. A 2-run shot by Justin Hicks tied this game.
Wow. Wow, Greg. Wow.
Yeah. As we move into extra innings, top 7, series tied, game tied. Mark Tavano will return to the mound for the Sandvipers. He's got 1 walk against him.
Yep, and Vipers are out of pitching. They got Justin Hicks, who's been avoided like he's the plague for the last month. And if Tavano does walk 1 guy, you will have to see Hicks on the mound, I think. Flentai, I don't think. Dean, no
Petrovsky
way.
pitched some for the Night Owls.
Horribly. Yeah, Adam's not going to put him on the mound. He hasn't thrown a ball in 6 months.
Yeah, Hicks will go in before AJ.
Yeah, AJ's probably after that, though. You might be right. We saw him go to Dean once, I think, earlier in the season.
Yep. Yeah, Dean has thrown. Inside. And we might find out pretty quick.
I believe, will here. Let's see if Tavano can locate. As the nerves increase, it gets even harder to throw a strike.
57. And Michael Dean has 1 inning pitched. Gave up 2 hits, 2 runs.
He got a save, didn't he? No.
No.
Well, we're gonna
That'll
find
do
out.
it. Mark Tavano is out of the game. Adam Tanek is going to bring in Justin Hicks, as expected.
Advantage Bombers right here.
Adam Tanek is going to bring himself into the game to play shortstop. Flentai will go back to the bench.
Hicks does not have a very good idea how to throw quality pitches under 55 miles per hour.
He was working on a knuckleball during batting practice. Threw about 25 of them in a row. I saw 1 or 2 of them hit the strike zone.
Well, he just threw 3 straight screwballs here on his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th warm-up pitches. All 3 looked pretty good, but he didn't really appear to have very good control of any of the 3. He has yet to hit the strike zone here in his 5 warm-up pitches. Make that 6. If he walks out, it would have to be A.J. Petrovsky, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
He finally hits the strike zone with his 7th warm-up pitch. And that's it.
AJ definitely does have pitching experience, so if called upon, he'll probably do it. I have a feeling they'll bring in Dean first, though. It's just an unknown quantity for the Vipers at this point.
I'm not even sure Adam knows if he's going to AJ or Dean if this walks out here. Yeah. I don't even know if he has an answer.
I just don't think he wants to think about it right now.
No, this is his 6th.
It's a knuckleball.
We have 4 walked-out pitchers, and Gannon is innings out here.
Knuckleball high and inside.
Hollis looks like he's taking all the way up in the batter's box, just messing with Hicks. And this stuff messes with me a little bit as well.
Inside. Yeah, he's almost standing in the green.
Yeah, Hicks does not have the ability to throw strikes.
He's going to back up. Definitely messing with him. Outside, 4-pitch walk. That'll put Trevor Bauer over to second. Hollisale to first. And bring up Big Al.
All right, he has to have Big Al. He has to. And this game's over, Greg.
Knuckleball, miss low.
He's got to find a slider to get over for the first pitch. Then he can go to the knuckleballs and get chases.
Big Al's going to tattoo that off the hands of Michael Dean. A dirty single will not score Bauer, but it will load the bases and bring up leadoff batter Alex Fernandez.
Okay, infield has a lot of choices here. If they turn a double play, a run's going to score. Their way to prevent the run from scoring is to get the force play and hit the strike zone for a tag at the plate. Infielders also have the option to come straight to the middle panel as the first play, and they'll get the force out at the plate for the first out at the inning. So infielders have to know what they're doing here.
And then as that ball will obviously just fall down to the turf, there can be no play made after that. So you can't go home for the force and then make a subsequent play. So no double play available should they choose to go that route.
Oh, I don't think Mr. Fernandez here is going to be swinging the bat. He's going to force at least a strike out of Hicks. And I don't think Hicks can do it. He's just got to throw the simple slider.
There will be no swing here. There will be no swing.
No chance.
No swing. That tinked. No, it did not. It missed outside 53 miles per hour and did not tink. That'll walk in a run. Trevor Bauer will come home. The Bombers take the lead. There's still no outs, and Michael Dean is looking for balls.
It is Michael Dean.
And Justin Wilson is texting.
Jonathan Wilson?
Excuse me, Jonathan Wilson.
Justin Hicks is walking,
He's my teammate.
guys.
I should know his first name.
Yeah, you probably should. This has got an absolute disaster written all over it right now for these Vipers. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get another out at any point in this inning, Greg. That's a pretty bold statement. The Bombers only need 6 more base runners to walk this thing off right now. 5 bloops and a blast, and it's over. I'm not sure.
Oh, boy.
I'm not sure any of these guys can throw strikes. Who do they got left? AJ, Flente, and...
Well, as long as they've got guys that started this game, they are available to pitch. You don't get to keep on pitching until you get to the very last guy.
And that's who's left. Flente and AJ and one more guy. Who is it? They got 3 people haven't pitched here. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just Flente and AJ.
Ball 1.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's swinging here, but Mateo might.
Dean can throw strikes. I've seen him do it. But anything with bite, anything with speed, anything with big break, don't know about that.
Nah, he doesn't have that. He's just trying to get it over right now. And I don't think he can do it. We haven't seen a situation like this come up in a couple of seasons, Greg. This was more commonplace back in Season 1 and Season 2, where teams completely ran out of pitching.
And that one was definitely coming down the middle. Mateo waited on it, fouled it back. He's going to shoot that one through the 5-6 hole, clean single 2. More runs come in for the Bombers. And they're up 8-5 here in the top of the 7th. Still nobody out.
Yeah, they want a couple more here still. Here's Brother Max.
Ball 1. Shot, left field, gone! A 3-run shot by Max Fernandez has blown the lid off of it, 11-5.
Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen when your 7 pitcher comes in this type of spot. And these brothers are locked and loaded, and they don't miss cookies down the middle anymore, Greg. That is not a pitch you're going to sneak by Max very often.
Chad, there's still nobody out, and the only thing on the mind of the Bombers right now is getting to 15 and ending this game by virtue of a mercy rule.
Yeah, I think this one's over already.
Swing and a miss by Bauer.
Oh, come on, Trev. Got to show that discipline there, Trev. Not a good swing.
He doesn't like to walk.
I know, but it's okay to go to 1-1.
Swing and a miss by Bauer. First out of the inning.
Yeah, that was a blast, K. Cribbs. He got every ounce of that. He got it high. It probably went 168 feet. And the Bombers have a 6-run lead here in extras. But they did this once earlier in the season. They took this 6-run lead in extras. Actually, it was 5, and then they gave up 6 to the Cajuns. I believe that was the numbers. Oh, Dean. Bauer's struggling because he's chasing. He's just got to take those pitches, and then he's going to get a cookie, just like Max did.
Hollis going to go right side. Is he going to hit it out? Tom Gannon with the play of the night.
Wow.
My goodness, reaches up one-handed at the pink box sign. Full extension, midair. to make the play.
Wow, Tom Gannon locking down his gold glove. He's made a couple of shaky plays tonight. A ground ball got through him. He dropped a kind of pop fly sliding. Another rocket line drive he got his hands on and couldn't handle. But this time, Tom makes that web gem out there. Beautifully done by Tom. Perfect timing and just enough height to grab that ball from being a back-to-back for Hollis.
You can hang a star on that one. Gannon goes up and robs Hollis Hale.
Sparkling play by Gannon in center.
It was indeed.
I remember I said that a few months ago, and that started, yeah, you know.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, man.
That one gets away from Dean. That one is what we call calibrating. You miss one really high, you spike the next one. Big Al should be expecting the next one about 49 miles per hour and right down the middle.
If Dean can do it, it's going to be there. Nope.
52 miles per hour and outside. That will walk Big Al.
Only one walk for Dean? Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. We should ask the umpires there. I don't. No, I think he did walk Alex. No. That was Hicks. That was Hicks. They should know. It's up to the umpires. We are announcers. We are announcers.
It also just happened, so I'm sure Dean knows if he walked two guys in the last 3 minutes.
We're announcers.
Damn good ones at that, Greg.
Alex is going to go right back up the middle. That's right side of second base. He'll advance. Big Al over to third. Runners on the corners, 2 outs.
This is going to 15, Greg. It's going to 15 right now. Mateo and Max are going to get this done right now. Max is going to hit another ball about 300 yards, and they're going to walk this off. In an unprecedented 10-run top of the 7th potential here.
A 3-run shot would make it 14-5.
There's Dean's best pitch.
55. 0-2. Mateo nods his head, said, okay, you proved it. It's not even a pressure situation for Mike. He can just throw. He's not expected to be up there doing anything. Not a part of their rotation or their bullpen. It's just a position player who was forced into this position as Mateo is going to hit this one foul. It did not go off the foul pole. It went off the light pole and came back in. One long strike. He's going to shoot this one high.
Nope.
Gannon's going to range in from center field. He'll clap his hands and bring it in for the third and final out, but damage done. 11-5 Bombers. They put up a 6 spot here in the top of the 7th. Once again, they are 3 outs away from a series win. It'll be Alex Fernandez looking to close it down for his team and move the Bombers up in the standings. Coming into this series, the Bombers sat at 20-22. Should they complete the win here, they will be at 22-23, tied with the Cajuns in 6th place.
I'm out of words here tonight, Greg. We're approaching 10 p.m. here Pacific, and pretty intense night. These games have been tight all the way home, contested heavily. Both teams really jabbing at each other, and the Vipers ran out of pitching. We alluded to this being a problem in the 3rd inning of this game, and we see in the 7th that it came to fruition, and the Bombers were able to capitalize quickly with a 6 spot and extras here.
Kenny McDowell will lead off for the Sandvipers. They're chasing 6 runs here in extra innings. Ball 2. Excuse me, ball 1. Swing and a miss.
Well, you
One down.
You do ask how many innings for Alex. If Alex happened to step on the mound for a 10th separate inning, the Bombers would forfeit the game. It is the strictest rule there is in the PLW, and 9 innings max. Don't throw a 10th or else.
12-6 misses high to Gannon. 1-1.
Well, they have pitching, but you had 2 walks and
Shot past Trevor Bauer. Johnny Yepez makes a good play in right field to prevent that ball from hitting the wall. Bombers were going 3 outfielders there.
Yep.
No doubles formation.
So, Sleeper Chris, they do have pitching, but 2 walks from a pitcher, and you're done for the game. And the Vipers have had 5 pitchers walk out this game. Also, 9 innings max on a night, and Tom Gannon threw 7 in game 1, 1 in game 2, and he finished his innings off in the 3rd or 4th inning of this game.
We need to start thinking about that post-game interview. Our producer, Glenn Meadows, is going to put 4 names into the chat immediately following the conclusion of this game. You'll have 1 minute to vote on who you want into the booth. And, Chad, it's going to have to be a quick post-game interview.
That's all you, man.
No, it's you.
It's me?
Yes, you are the color analyst. You have been analyzing and internalizing everything that has happened in this game, and you will conduct the post-game interview with whoever our Twitch audience chooses. But we will make it a quick interview, Chad, as we are approaching 10 p.m.
Pacific Standard Time.
Pacific. Always time. As there will no longer be a daylight standard time change.
Tomorrow night we have Vaders, Legends. Thursday night, Owls, Warbirds. And then Friday night, Snappers, Lightning. Stay tuned all week long, 6 p.m.
This is rematch week. Every matchup that was played last week, as we are going to look at the final out of the game. Hollis Hale will go over to Trevor Bauer, and that will do it. Bombers take game number 3, 11-5. Sandvipers ran out of pitching. Our producer is going to get some names up into the chat.
Strict rule is if a pitcher steps on the mound for a 10th inning in a series, that team will forfeit the game. You may not. 1 pitch over the course of an inning is an inning, and if you happen to be out there for a 10th inning somehow, you will forfeit that game. So I'm pretty sure Alex didn't get there. I'm sure that him as the manager knows how many innings he's thrown, so this should be all good. But what a series tonight. We saw the Bombers come back in game 1 from down 5 in the last inning to take an 11-9 win. Vipers held on for dear life in game 2 for an 8-5 win. We saw this game go 5-3 Bombers most of the way through. Vipers tied it in the bottom of the 6th inning and pushed it into extras, but ran out of pitching and gave up a 6 spot in the top of the 7th. And the Bombers win a series, go to 22-23, stay alive in the playoff race.
And the Sandvipers do drop 1 spot, provided the Snappers can pull one off on Friday. They'll advance into sole possession of 3rd place. As we are still waiting on that poll in the chat. Here we go. Pick your Fernandez, Mateo, Alex, Max, or Big Al. 1 minute to throw in votes for who you want to see up here into the booth. Mateo, so far running away with it.
Well, I get to vote here, right? I got to go get a vote in. Jeez,
I'm going to leave my score sheets here with you, Chad, just in case you want to go over anything that happened with Mateo, but we are going to ask you to keep this interview brief.
Can you spell Mateo's name right at least down there?
Hey, he's in a rush to get it up there. Cut him a little bit of slack.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to go grab Mateo.
When have you seen
hold on. Big Al's cutting into the lead.
When have you seen... No, you guys didn't turn the double voting off. That's what happened there. You got to turn that off.
So it's not. It's turned off.
Really?
Glenn is a pro. He is a seasoned veteran. We just have 500 people in the chat.
All right. That was a quick 15 votes that came in for Big Al all at once.
Well, there's 500 people out there. They can vote.
All right.
They can all vote consecutively at the same time.
Well, I'm gonna
on
vote.
Different sides of the Mississippi. As Mateo does win the vote, I'm going to leave these sheets here for you, Chad, and Logan's going to go grab Mateo and bring him up here to the booth as the Bombers take 2 of 3 from the Sandvipers. Mateo Fernandez will be up here for the post-game interview. If he doesn't show up soon, it's going to be the 2nd place. It's going to be Big Al.
Well, Mateo was up in the booth last week. Mateo reigning player of the week. Mateo, not quite player of the week stuff tonight, I don't think, but certainly an extremely strong series for him. This was a huge game for these Bombers. Must-win situation. What's going on there, friend? How are you, buddy? Nice to have you up here. Throw that headset right on. Wow, what a series tonight, man. Huh? You guys never had any breathing room at any point tonight. It was tight from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, that's what makes a great team, you know. diamonds are forged under pressure. It's just how it works. It's how it's always been.
So game one, you guys found yourself down 9-4 going into the last inning. You guys thought you had a chance. Clearly, you put up a 5 spot, put it into extras, got 3 outs, got 2 more, got 3 more outs, and wow, what a game, man.
Yep. Crazy stuff how it works. It's just when a team has certain amounts of chemistry, it's hard to beat them. It's straight up hard to beat them.
Game 3, again, you guys had a 5-3 lead going to that last inning. A 2-run bomb in the bottom of the 6th tied it up. What were you guys thinking then?
Are you wondering what I was thinking?
Yeah.
Dip it and rip it. He's going to throw me a hittable pitch. You know, they're not going to walk me at this point. They didn't want to walk Tom out of the game, so they were going to throw me a strike. And I swang at it and hip, hip, hooray.
You swang. You got a really good swang up at the plate there, Matt.
Thank you.
Mateo, and your brother had a pretty good night at the plate, too. That last ball, he hit one about 300 feet, I think, over the fence.
Love to see it. And real quick, I did make a promise to some people in the chat. Wow, that's cool. Z bombs away, and any other Bombers fan, we love seeing you guys, especially when we see you guys in the chat on games that we're not even playing. Love to see that. Awesome community here in the PLW. Can't get anywhere better. It just can't.
One last question, as we are way past our deadline here at time tonight. 22-23, that put you to. That game 3 was a must-win for you guys. I don't know if you
100%.
realized it. You had to have it, 100%. So what's going forward? 9 games left. You guys are a couple games out of that 5th spot. What are you going to do?
Compete. It's the only thing you can do at this level is just compete until it's over. It's never over until it's over.
All right, that's it. You're out of here. We're out of time. Mateo Fernandez,
right,
everybody give him a big round of applause. Player of the week last week. Not quite player of the week stuff this week, I don't think, but an extremely strong series from him. Greg Kelly back in the booth. We got 60 seconds. Greg, wrap it up.
Hey, you saw a very back-and-forth series. The Bombers took game number 1 in come-from-behind fashion. Sandvipers took game number 2, 8-5. The Bombers, the Sandvipers came back on them. They tied it up, but then the Sandvipers ran out of pitching, and the Bombers really show how important good pitching is in this league when you get substandard pitching. That's what happens to the ball. It goes out of the field. Tomorrow night, right here at Hideaway, the Vaders versus the Legends. Second half of our home and away series that is going to go on all week long here. On behalf of Chad Phillips and the entire stream team, I'm Greg Kelly. Thank you for watching PLW. And good night.
PLW to the moon.